Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the 3 o'clock session of the November 17th Stafford Board of Supervisors meeting. Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Ms. Baumke? Here. Mr. Cavalier?
Here.
Mr. Milday?
Here.
Ms. Sellers? Here. Mr. Snellings?
Here.
Mr. Sterling? Mr. Thomas?
Here.
Mr. Chairman, you have a quorum.
Thank you very much. At this time, I'd like to recognize Bob Thomas, Chairman of Finance and Budget Committee, who is going to make a presentation, and to Ms. Bonnie France. Ms. France, you come on down.
Today we have a very special presentation to somebody who, as you all know, the AAA bond rating is something we were chasing for quite a long time. And although there's many people that went into that, the lady we have here before us certainly had a great part in that, and her counsel over the years helped us finally achieve that. So we thought it would be appropriate to present this proclamation. Whereas Ms. Bonnie France is retiring after being a member of McGuire Woods Public Finance Group since 1980, whereas Stafford County's partnership with Ms. France and McGuire Woods began in January of 1989, whereas Ms. France and McGuire Woods served as bond counsel for over 77 financings for the county, including refundings, bond anticipation notes, literary fund loans, VPSA school bonds, and lease financings. And whereas Ms. France's expertise is in governmental finance, including school bonds, referendum-approved bonds, lease financing, and other subject to appropriation financings, utility revenue bonds, economic development financings, and special tax districts. And whereas Ms. France served on bond counsel to more than 20 Virginia localities, bond or lender's counsel on more than 30 recent tax-exempt lease financings, bond or underwriter's counsel for numerous special tax district financings, general counsel to numerous governmental authorities, and underwriter's counsel on a major mixed-use development financed with tax incremental financing, special assessments, and private funding. Whereas Ms. France was selected for inclusion in the Best Lawyers in America, Public Finance Law, Woodward White Incorporated, 2007 to 2010, and 2013 to 2016, and she was named to Virginia Super Lawyers, Bond Government Finance, Super Lawyers, Thomson Reuters, 2007. She is also co-author of the Handbook of Virginia Government Law, Financing Virginia's Local Government Attorneys Association of Virginia, 2013. And she's the author of Financing Local Government Infrastructure and Capital Improvement, Journal of Local Government Law, Local Government Section of the Virginia State Bar, in the summer of 2011. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed by the Stafford County Board of Supervisors on the 17th day of November 2015 that it be and hereby does recognize and commend Ms. Bonnie France on her retirement from McGuire Woods.
My goodness, that reads like a bond lawyer drafted it, and you did a nice job reading that. Thank you so much. I am truly honored. Stafford County is one of the longest of my long-standing clients, and I feel like family here. It has been a pleasure and a privilege to work with you all. You have top-notch staff. I couldn't ask for better people to work with. I'd love to take credit for the AAA rating, but really your staff and the leadership in this county should take credit for that. One thing that I think about often when I come to these meetings is one of the privileges of my career path has been to attend Board of Supervisors meetings, city and town council meetings all over Virginia. And there's been many a night when I've left those meetings or left the public hearings or the public comment period shaking my head and saying, oh my goodness, democracy is a scary thing. But I always feel like, that Stafford is a very good example of why that works. You all don't always agree with each other, but you all have always been dedicated to public service and to the common good, and I very much appreciate being allowed to be a part of that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. France, for those kind words, and believe me, you're going to be missed. You're sort of like an institution around here. Thank you so much. This time I would like to ask Dr. Bruce Benson to step forward for a presentation, our monthly presentation from the Superintendent of Schools. Dr. Benson.
Thank you, Chairman Snellings, members of the board, Mr. Romanello. appreciate the opportunity to share a little bit about ongoing work in our school system. I have some supporting information that I've provided to board members, and I'm not going to go through it page by page, but there are some things I would like to highlight. The first of which is a success. I'm very happy to share with everyone that Stafford County Public Schools is one of only 37 school divisions in the Commonwealth that has all of its schools fully accredited, and we are the largest school division in Virginia that has all schools fully accredited. Accreditation is based upon SOL scores in English, reading, mathematics, and on-time graduation rate for high schools. I've also included for the board's review copies of the elementary, middle, and high school class size reports that were received by the board. I would note that these reports are dated in that they are a reflection of a point in time, and that we have provided some relief for some of the areas where class sizes were a little larger than what we wanted them to be. I would note, however, that the average class size, and we're talking about 494 classes at the elementary level. The average class size is, or at least it was on September 30th, 23.77. That ranged from a kindergarten average of 22.3 to 26 students in grade 5. Not to indicate that there weren't classes that were larger than that, and there's a frequency distribution that's included in the report so that board members can see exactly how many classes we had at what sizes across the division as a whole. In a like manner, we have a similar report for our middle schools that follows. Beginning on page 12, our average size of core class in middle school is 25.9 division average, and that's out of a little over 1,000 individual classes. At the high school level, it's a little bit more difficult for us to get average class size across the board, particularly in the core academics, because we have a mixture of both semester classes and year-long classes, and we calculate them separately. But we're in the neighborhood of 24, averaging 24 students across the division as a whole. And again, not to say that there aren't classes that are larger than that, and you can see that in the frequency distribution that's included in these reports. Also, following the class size report, the school board has received a proposed staffing standards plan. This is the first time that we've provided a plan in this level of detail to the board. The board has not formally accepted the plan, has not adopted the plan. It was provided as a staff report. We anticipate that we're going to go through several weeks, if not a couple of months, of conversation about are these the right standards, and then we are also in the process of putting together a gap analysis to take a look at what it would cost for us in terms of people and dollars to close some of the gaps. But I just wanted the supervisors to be aware of the general format of the report. We've broken it up into elementary, middle, and high, and then special education services as well. We start out by looking at what the state standard is, what we are required to do by the Commonwealth of Virginia. We have a proposed standard for our school system that is rooted in an analysis of our comparison school divisions. We have included what we are currently staffed at in each one of these areas. And then again, the next thing is to do a gap analysis and do some cost estimates as to what it will take for us to close some of these gaps. One of the big things that's included in the standards is a desire to cap at certain numbers at certain grade levels. So not just looking at allocating one teacher, for example, at kindergarten per 22 students, for example, but also what would we want to see a maximum class size capped at, and then what relief would we provide when classes meet that cap throughout the division. It's a fairly comprehensive look at staffing within our schools, and it is largely school-based staffing, looking at not only teachers but administrative support, and other folks that are in support positions within the school division. We have tried to be very clear about positions that are required by the state versus ones that are not. For example, when we take a look at our support for math specialists within the division, that's a position that is not required by the state, but we see value within the division in terms of what we've been able to do with student achievement in mathematics. That doesn't help us with the ratio within an individual classroom, but it certainly does in providing support for our teachers and providing quality mathematics instruction that looks at not only computational and procedural fluency, but conceptual understanding and the ability to problem solve. And then following that, the board has received and adopted a set of elementary school design specs that are a little different than the ones that had been adopted previously. One of the things that we've tried to recognize in these specs is the number of adults that we have working with kids in various ways within our schools. Our demographic as a school system is changing. It parallels what's going on at the state level, an increase in students receiving free and reduced lunch, an uptick in special education, specifically students with autism, and the number of English language learners that we have in our schools, which means we have more adults in these spaces working with young people. And one of the things that we've tried to incorporate in these design specs are some collaborative spaces so that these adults are able to pull students out, small groups of students, and work with them in the context of the school, but close to the classrooms that students are coming out of. And I would just say it goes on now. I mean, that's occurring now. I was at Falmouth Elementary on Friday visiting a classroom, and there was a group of students, 5, 6, or 7, in the hallway working with a teacher, just not super conducive, and we've made it work. But there are just some things that are different today in terms of the way that we're interacting with students. We've also taken into consideration how the community might use the facility and access the facility, including things like an access to the gymnasium area from outside of the school, as well as restrooms, so that Parks and Rec could easily use those resources when school is not in session. So we've got work to do. It's a conceptual document. We appreciate Mr. Thomas's participation in the committee. We're in the process of going out to bid for an architect to do the actual design for the Moncure rebuild, and we expect that some of these considerations will be incorporated into that design. And then we're also hopeful that that design will serve us well as we begin to consider Ferry Farm. And then finally, the last piece is not so much to draw attention to my blog, but I want to thank Mr. Baruti and Ms. Moncure for creating an opportunity for me to meet with some of our local business owners and members of our Stafford Economic Development Authority. Recently, we had an opportunity to host at Brook Point High School. We did it in our makerspace adjacent to the library. It was nice to have us there, members of our community, as well as classes working out in the various teaching and learning spaces in the library. But it was very helpful for me to hear what it is that folks in our community that own businesses are looking for with regard to employees, because that is part of our responsibility. If a young person wants to go to work right out of high school, what's it going to take for those students to be successful in the workplace, and more specifically in our workplace? Find a way to help folks stay within our community. One of the things I heard was the importance of what some folks would characterize as soft skills coming out of high school, which perhaps aren't so soft, but being a good communicator, ability to work with others, to think critically, a willingness to continue to learn, even if it's not formal learning within the context of school. You're going to learn in this place of work that you're going to. Responsibility, being responsible for yourself, being willing to be responsible for others, and just a general desire to do a good job. Right, things that are not necessarily reflected in a GPA or on a score on a multiple choice test. So, we started out talking about the success that the division is having related to performance on Virginia's SOL. All schools fully accredited, and we say fully accredited. A lot of divisions will say their schools are all accredited, but they'll leave out that fully part. We're proud that all of our schools are fully accredited. But at the same time, we have a responsibility to ensure that our students develop these kinds of skill sets as well. And so later in the week, I got the opportunity to visit a couple classrooms. One classroom, students were designing boats that had to float in a tub of water that was in the classroom. They had to work in teams. They had to develop a design. They had to put their design together. They had to test it and determine whether or not they met the criteria for the job. That was kindergarten, okay? Pretty incredible. I later visited another elementary classroom at Falmouth, a 4th grade class where students had been studying the relationships between the Earth, Moon, and Sun, and their task was to design a habitat for the moon using paper, tape, and staples. And they did an incredible job. and they worked together. They treated each other in a nice way. They had differences of opinion. They found ways to work through that. They had to problem solve. They had to construct something. They had a product that they were proud of at the end. So I'm confident that while local businesses might have to wait a few years for these students to enter the workforce, I am certain they will not be disappointed. So with that, I'll close my remarks and be happy to try and respond to any questions.
Any
board members
questions,
have.
Mr. Sterling?
The, been a lot of talk about the, called the financial audit, the forensic audit. What's the status of that currently?
We have a letter of engagement with our attorney. We're doing it through our attorney. Right now, we're trying to make sure that we get the best price in our ability to be able to do that. So we are in progress of looking at a number of firms. We anticipate that we'll have somebody on site in December. We just completed our regular audit, and then we're looking forward to bringing this next piece of it into focus in this coming month.
Any idea on what the expected completion date would be?
I don't know, because until someone gets in and starts to take a look at the documentation and information that's available, it's hard to tell how far it will take us to.
No, I understand. And I'll be long gone by then, so you can rest peacefully on that part.
But we will make sure that information is available to everyone, though, Mr. Sterling.
The second question, for years we've talked about the high school program review and what programs we would have at the various levels. How's that review going?
So we made some changes in last year during the course of last year in implementing programs at both middle school and high school. We tried to align our core elective opportunities at the middle school level. We have implemented an intervention and enrichment period in all of our middle schools. We don't have exactly the same enrichment opportunities at every school because some of that is driven by interest in the individual school and expertise of teachers, but that opportunity is there. We have stopped transporting our middle school students for advanced math and language, and we're offering those opportunities within the schools. At the high school level, we have tried to expand access to advanced level coursework by sharing resources across the schools and using some distance delivery models. We've also stopped transporting students every period. We transport students 3 times a day, once in the morning, once midday, and once at the end of the day. We've captured some savings as a result of that. So students that participate in half-day programs like Governor's School, no problem. If they're participating in a single course, we're asking students to take a second course at the school that is hosting them for their first course to create some efficiencies within the division. We're going to do that Plan, Do, Study, Act with the things that we put in place and take a step back going into early winter to see if we got what we thought we were going to get with those changes. And I am confident that we'll see some recommended adjustments going into the next year.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other comments, Ms. Sellers?
2 things. One, I attended the debate at the middle school, and it was excellent. And I saw you were there for part of it, and I was really impressed by those middle school students and their abilities, especially some of the rebuttalists. They were pretty good. A couple of them were on their toes and knew what to ask. And I hear 2 of our middle schools did very well in regional competitions. So congratulations on that. And I can't remember my other question. It'll come back to me. But I did think they did really well, and I hope you relay that to Mr. Boatwright.
I'm the oldest member of the board. I'm the one that should be forgetting these things, not the youngest member, but she'll come around. Any other comments or questions? Yes, Ms. Baumke.
Since you were at the band Together Against Hunger, do you want to go ahead and announce the awards from last night and how much money was raised? And
I would if I remembered what that number is.
Okay. I think it was $12,000 and over 7,000 pounds of food.
Thank you, Ms. Baumke. I
You're
appreciate that.
Oh, okay.
Ms. Sellers.
Okay, we have a brand new art teacher at Hampton Oaks Elementary, and I'm sure she came to you already, but there's a retaining wall along Mine Road that she would like to do a mural on. And I don't know if she's spoken to you about it, but it came to me in an HOA meeting. And I mean, I personally think it's an excellent idea, and I know the community would support it. And I have her card. I can email you her information, but I
I
thought
think
it
I
was
can find her.
I'm sure you can find her. She's right there. I thought it was a really neat idea and way to get the kids involved and giving back to the community. So I want to bring that to you.
Mr. Cavalier.
Dr. Benson, I just wanted to publicly thank you for stepping in and helping out with that little food donation issue with the American Legion. I know that they replied back to me and were very grateful for that assistance, because they do provide, they say, over $100,000 of support to the Stafford community and the schools every year, as well as fully fund the Boys and Girls Club, Boys and Girls State representatives every year, among other things. So they're a very good partner to have with the schools, and they want to be there. So I hope that relationship stays. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Anyone else have any questions for Dr. Benson? Well, congratulations on your fully accredited
Fully accredited.
school system. That's great. One thing I did read, I know you've been talking about teacher shortages, employee shortages, but the Washington Post just had an article. I think I'm right on this. Throughout the Commonwealth, there are like 11,000 school employee shortages right now. So Stafford is not the only one facing this.
No.
I mean, it's throughout the system.
That teacher pool has been shrinking for a number of years, and we want to remain as competitive as we can be at getting folks to come work with us.
Great. Well, thank you so much. Appreciate everything you're doing. At this time, we'll have presentations by the public. Anyone in the public that would like to speak to the board on any subject, please come forward to the microphone. You will have 3 minutes. We ask that you state your name and address. When the green light comes on, you can go. The yellow light means you have about a minute left, and the red light means wrap it up. With that said, I will go to my right. Anyone on the right like to address the board? Seeing none, anyone on my left like to address the board? Pastor, come on up.
My name is Daryl Mosley, 271 Longwood Drive. I am the founding and senior pastor at Stafford Crossing Community Church. My comments are in reference to your agenda item number 22 for later in the day. In June, this is historical mark, in June of this past year, we applied for a minor CUP adjustment to allow for an increase of square footage that was over what we were allowed in our conditional use permit. Paid the fee and proceeded, and then found out during the filing of that there was also that same square footage limitation duplicated in our proffers. We've taken care of all the logistical paperwork with the county, but in that process paid 2 fees. In an October meeting here at the board, there was a new fee structure that was put into place for minor CUP and proffer amendments. And based on the new fee structures, there would have been 1 fee and not 2 fees paid for what we went through earlier in this summer. So we would just respectfully request a refund of one of the fees. We think that's fair and helpful for us to carry out our mission, but it's not just for our people. We want to also be servants of the community, and we feel that we do serve others, not just those inside our walls. So our position would be to ask that you approve us or grant a refund of one of those fees. So that's my ask. And while I have the mic, just want to thank you for all you guys do to make our county a great place to live in the Commonwealth. As we just heard from great schools, talking to Sheriff Jett, we have a great county. Thanks.
Thank you. Anyone else on my left like to address the board? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board. Committee reports by board members. Madam Clerk.
Mr. Cavalier?
Mine'll be easy this month. I just wanted to thank all the voters in the Griffiths-Widewater District for returning me to public service for the next 4 years. I look forward to working with this board and the future board to accomplish some things that we still have yet to do. It's not a perfect place, but I believe it's getting better. And if we all work together, we can make it the best place that we can. Thank you.
Mr. Milday?
Since our last meeting, I've attended multiple functions representing the board. Of course, our board has met, and you'll see an agenda item about flow control later on in this meeting. Most of us attended the regional elected officials meeting dinner down in King George, which we haven't done that in a long time, and it's nice. That includes not just supervisors, but also and councilmen, but also our delegates and some people who really have a lot of control over what we do here, what the state can do for us. I attended a Grace Academy's annual dinner, which was really a great event for a great organization who does a whole lot for the community. Also, Jack Cavalier and I attended the Aquia Harbor Rescue and annual installation of officers and recognition banquet. They do, again, a really great long-standing group of dedicated volunteers. They predate me, 20 or 30 years easily in Aquia Harbor. I got my first meeting, Speaker Howe, who I'm so happy to say won his re-election easily because he does a lot for us, but he appointed me to the Land Trust Foundation for Virginia Land Trust Foundation, where we're able to, there's 2 of Stafford people on there now, and they're very instrumental in the PDR program here. They're the ones that approve our matching request for matching funding to save open space, and could put it in perpetually in conservation. So it's good to have 2 Stafford people on that board for us. The VRE leadership came down and met with Speaker Howe, and I was there for that. Tried to show him our vision, our 25-year plan. Really, you can imagine the picture we're trying to paint, which is one of running out of money, high demand, not enough money to meet demand, because that comes back to the board right now whenever we don't have enough money to keep running VRE and take care of our other transportation issues. And Speaker Howe understands that, and he has always been extremely supportive of the VRE. The EDA spent a whole day, Laura and I, and she's there in spirit. Laura, Bob and I and Wendy, the Rock Hill elect supervisor, spent a whole day in Richmond at a tech park and some co-working space. You'll hear more about that maybe early in the year. And another big deal, 6.5 years ago, Spotsy, we were complaining about Spotsy filling up our parking lots at VRE and costing us about $1 million a year in subsidy because they weren't part of the VRE. And it was a huge election issue down there. And they sent me, I was the chairman back then, one of the times I was chairman at VRE, and we had a big debate in Spotsy, and it was an election issue for a bunch of supervisors. Anyway, they barely joined 4-3 back 6 years ago, joined the VRE, and they finally opened their station. It's the first station added to VRE since it's opened. It's 25 years since they it's the first time we've added. Now the Fredericksburg line could easily be called the Spotsy line. And it was already had 100 and something people on the train that first morning. So congratulations, Spotsy, for taking a tough position, implementing a 2.1% tax on your motor fuels, and doing that. FAMPO met last night. Same old talk about not enough money for transportation, pushing the state to try to do something about 95 and other problems in the county and in the region. There'll be a Chamber of Commerce will be hosting a transportation forum, 8:30 a.m. Thursday, 2 days from now, in Stafford at Belmont. I hope everyone can attend. That would be nice to have a big turnout for that. I think their stated push is to speak to the legislators in Richmond, the decision makers, and they believe there's money to be found or to be had, reprioritized, if you will. And then, of course, we had another Community and Economic Development Committee meeting right before this meeting, and that was, I'd say it was somewhat uneventful. Just 4 items. Almost didn't even have the meeting. That's it, Mr. Chairman. Thanks.
Ms. Sellers?
Okay, I attended Chaplain Group Home. We got the annual report from Chaplain Group Home, and there are some concerns that I have with Chaplain Group Home, and I've talked to a couple of board members about it that we've asked them, or I've really asked them, myself and Mr. Duffy from the city, to look at. We have a non-compliance issue with the kids that are living at Chaplain and receiving services there, and these are kids who've been sent there by a judge. So we are asking them to address that. Why are these kids not complying with judges' orders and failing out of our programs? So you'll be hearing a little bit more about that. Miss Krause and we met with the jail and with Micah, and we're working on figuring out who the folks are who are being discharged from our jail without an address and where they're going and how we're keeping them from showing up at the Rouser building, and finding them either where they're supposed to be or who they belong to, and getting them home so that they're not just kind of here in Stafford. So we've been meeting with the jail staff, and they've been pretty supportive on that as well. Attended VACO with several folks. Attended the Health and Human Services Subcommittee, and something that's of concern at the state level is the state is getting rid of what's called the training houses, the training centers, which is basically for the intellectually disabled folks who need a lot of services. And the idea is to put them in group homes in the community, and this is going to affect Northern Virginia is going to shut down, is the next one set to close down. And so one of the big pushes from localities throughout the Commonwealth is to make sure that when these folks do come in the community, we want them in the community if that's the least restrictive, but that the services are available here and that we're not just sending them into the community to then fail. And so that's the big push from our colleagues throughout the state, and you'll be hearing about that over the next probably few months as the legislature goes back into session. That's all I have.
Mr. Sterling?
Should we suspend the bylaws or?
Mr. Thomas?
Well, thankfully, I go after Paul today. He checked most of my items off for me, so that's good. I'll spare you the litany of meetings that we go to together. In addition to those, Mr. Milday mentioned, I was elected to another 2-year seat on the board of directors for VACO. So, in addition to bringing Stafford's concerns, I look forward to advocating at the state level for the other regions around, or counties in our region. Saturday, we had a PRTC meeting. I've talked a couple times now about the fact that with the gas tax decreasing for the first time next year, Stafford may be looking at the fact that the gas tax doesn't cover all the things it always has, which is a bad problem. However, Prince William County, who has a pretty significant bus service, is looking at an $11.7 million deficit next year. So as bad as our situation may seem, that's basically the bare minimum, and we've already cut every line of service to the bus system that could be cut. So it's running bare bones as it is. So more to follow for that, but they're having a big meeting in Prince William tomorrow to discuss the way forward. And then, as Mr. Cavalier said, I'm looking forward to the opportunity to serve the citizens of the George Washington District over the next 4 years. I take that responsibility very seriously. And it's probably one of the highest honors I've ever had, serving with my colleagues up here and making decisions for the county. And a lot of I have 8 children, so I hope to give them a much better community than we all were given in the next 20 to 30 years. And I'm glad to be part of the team.
Ms. Bomke? Yes, I have quite a few comments. First is I was able to attend and be a judge at Drew Middle School for their debate program. And as Dr. Benson said, it's really a great time for them to improve on their soft skills and their critical thinking. And when your kids are out of middle school, you actually forget what the middle schoolers are like. So it's always pleasant to go back. Of course, I had to follow Bill Howe, who covered the morning session, so that was a little challenging. I attended, along with Ms. Sellers, the Rappahannock Community Services Board meeting, and their annual meeting, and I just want to shout out a congratulations to Ron Branscombe, the executive director, who was named a Paul Harris Fellow in the Rappahannock Rotary Club. And if you're not familiar with the Paul Harris Fellow, it's someone who has put service above self. And I think any of you in the community that know Ron Branscombe, he has certainly demonstrated those characteristics, to say the least. I joined the firemen and the fire ladies and the community volunteers over at the Coats for Kids event at Berea Fire Department with Chief Lockhart and Chief Doyle, or Deputy Chief Doyle, and we boxed up 683 coats, gloves and hats for all the needy children in Stafford County, and they actually delivered them that day. So kids have had a coat on their back for at least the last 3 weeks. So that was a lot of fun. Also with some of my other colleagues, I attended the Fredericksburg Regional Alliance annual luncheon at the Expo Center. That's always good. And I attended the Big Brothers Big Sisters breakfast with board member Ron Utt this year. And just in case any of you are interested, they have a long waiting list for Big Brothers and Big Sisters. It was actually very inspirational. A lot of the people that spoke, in fact, one of them was a current Navy SEAL. He was actually mentored when he was a young boy. So he's actually given back to the community now. So it was just a really good story. So if anybody's interested, please contact them directly. In the loop, I noticed Anthony put a comment in there about economic development success, and that was on the Panera Bread on Route 17, which is actually in Bob Thomas's district, the George Washington, that our annual tax revenues actually were 3 times the target of $260,000. So that was great. I'm actually excited, even though I don't take the VRE train, but it is in my district, and I know all the VRE people are very excited to have the Spotsylvania facility now, and a lot of people won't have to park out in what's called the Dust Bowl, which I think is actually for commercial development at some point in time. Thank you to the sheriff for keeping our community safe during Halloween. That's always a nerving night for parents, and I appreciate your efforts there. I wanted to announce that even though this is in Bob's district, Freddy's Frozen Custard and Steak Burgers has come to Stafford County. It's on Route 17, right next to the Panera Bread. I was there the other night for the VIP event. They have great hamburgers, chili fries, and the best frozen custard you might ever have in the region. So we might give a little competition to that little custard stand in downtown Fredericksburg. Oh, they do? Oh, okay. Competition is a good thing. We had an OPEB meeting today. That's other post-employment benefits. And I just wanted to make a note that, let you know that Laura Rudy was reappointed to the OPEB board. And as far as earnings for this last quarter, August and September were very rocky as far as investments, as we all know, due to things happening in the world markets, but we're still way ahead for the 3 years for our investment earnings there. And then lastly, I just wanted to mention that I attended the VACO conference with some of my colleagues in Bath County, and it was great collaboration with a lot of my other elected officials. And I sat in on the education as well as the economic development steering committee. And one of the people on the steering committee did ask Governor McAuliffe's aide if it was true that the Medicaid expansion was going to be tied to the increase in educational revenues that were going to be coming to school divisions in the state. She did not know the answer to that, but I hope that that's something we can talk about in our legislative meeting with the speaker at our, I believe, 5 o'clock dinner today. Thank you.
Mr. Snellings?
Thank you. Just very, very quickly, I want to congratulate Mr. Thomas and Mr. Cavalier on their victories 2 weeks ago today, and also congratulate Ms. Maurer, who will represent the Rock Hill District as Mr. Sterling retires from the board. It'll be the first time in Stafford's history that we've had 3 females on the board, and I certainly welcome it. We're going to have some new ideas, and for the first time in our history, a majority of the elected officials in Stafford County are female. So give yourself a big round of applause. With that said, you can move to the county. Oh, I'm sorry. Ms. Sellers has one more thing.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, before we move on, I wanted to, next week's Thanksgiving, Wednesday is a half day, and I wanted to bring it to the board's attention and maybe consider and put a motion on the floor to shut the government for the whole day and give our employees the day off.
I have a motion to make next Wednesday a full day off for employees. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second, Mr. Thomas. Any discussion? Cast your votes. Tally the votes. Motion passes 7-0. Thank you. Now we're at the county attorney.
Defer any comments. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
County administrator.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, several quick items for you. This afternoon, the board toured the Jeff Rouse Swim and Sports Center today and was able to walk out on the new turf fields there at Embry Mill Park. Those will open with the St. Patrick's Day tournament in March of next year. We also completed a couple of weeks ago the Woodstream Trail to Smith Lake Park, which is about 1,600 feet long, connecting that neighborhood to Smith Lake Park, and also moving forward with the crossing at Belmont for the Ferry Farm Trail. Both our Poplar Road projects and Mountain View Road projects have come in will be completed early, thanks to the good efforts of both our contractor as well as the Public Works team. That early completion will save the county $450,000. Just finished Restaurant Week. Mrs. Bomke was talking about some of the new restaurants in the county. The Department of Economic Development did an outstanding job of encouraging folks to eat in Stafford and distributed passports. Just a few statistics for you. 1,512 passports were in circulation as folks went to the 17 restaurants throughout the county that participated. Lots of good media attention on it. Just some statistics from the week. The Icing Bakery experienced a 13% increase in sales during Restaurant Week. Those were only my purchases. There are some beyond that. It's the whole county. Before and after, sold 70 meals that they had were on the cards and sold out of soup before the end of the week. And Family Pizzeria, or as we like to call it, Stafford Sheriff's Office Precinct 2, had a big increase in traffic, 156 attributed sales that week. I'd like to introduce newest member of Team Stafford, Anthony. Stand up. Anthony Toigo is your new Citizen Action Officer. He's a graduate of both Mountain View High School and the University of Mary Washington, and he will begin his work with us on November 30th. So we're very glad to have Anthony here on the team. Thank you. Fire and Rescue worked with the Blue Star Moms to put together, with a lot of volunteer help, 300 care packages for the men and women in our armed forces who are stationed abroad, and those were sent out last week. And there's a great video if you have a chance to go to CVTV, and you can watch several minutes of Mark Doyle and Matt Warren talking about the event. It's we were going to show it to you today, but we know you have dinner at 5, so please check that out on the on there. One last photograph, if Ms. Hollenberger will help me. When I was a child, librarians were all gray-haired, and they yelled at you to be quiet, and you weren't allowed to have a skateboard near a library. And at Porter Library, not only are you allowed to have a skateboard, but we encourage it.
Computer, please.
This was in the lobby of Porter Library. It's put together by John Kindred, who built it, and Eleanor Kindred, who's his daughter, who is a library employee. John is a Parks Department employee, and you can see there's little locks there so that folks who come on their skateboards to get books can get what they need at Porter and then get back on their way, and no librarians yell at them, even though they bring skateboards in. Thank you, Marcia. Last thing I would mention, Mr. Chairman and members of the board, is we do have 3 additions to the agenda. Item number 28, County Administration, which would be a revision to the public day school funding language on Resolution R15-305R, a resolution establishing Stafford County's priority legislative initiatives for the 2016 Virginia General Assembly. Item 29 on your additions list, we'll strike that. That's a closed session item. Item 30 is from Mr. Cavalier to appoint Mr. David Dilley to the Telecommunications Commission. And then item 31, which would actually be item 30, is a personnel matter that we'll deal with likely in the evening session. Mr. Chairman, if I may, I would ask the board's indulgence, and if you'd be inclined to consider item number 28 now, we can then provide copies of the revised resolution to our legislative delegation this evening when we have our legislative dinner at 5 o'clock. The change there is to reflect the work that Ms. Sellers has done with the Virginia Commission on Youth. They are in the midst of doing or asking the legislature, I should say, to initiate a study which would look at handling day school placements in public schools in Virginia. And this changes the language to endorse the study, and I recommend approval.
Thank you, Mr. County Minister. Do I have a motion to approve the additions and deletions? I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second. Cast your votes. Tally the votes. Motion carries 7-0. Item number 28, and I won't read this again because it was just read. Do I have a motion for approval? So moved.
Second.
I have a second with Ms. Bomke. Any discussion?
I do have a discussion, just a point to
Ms.
make.
Bomke.
I just want to let people know that this year the schools are not included in our legislative issues. We did reach out to them, and their legislative committee, made up of 2 board members, chose to go another direction. So just want to let everybody know that.
Thank you. Any other discussion? That said, cast your votes. Tally the votes. Motion passes 7-0. Any board member want to pull an item from consent?
Yeah.
Mr. Sterling? Mrs. Sterling, number 6.
Number
Anyone else?
7 and 8, please.
Bomke, 7 and 8. Anyone else? Do I hear a motion for the consent minus items 6, 7, and 8?
So moved.
I have a motion, I have a second. Cast your votes. Tally the vote. Motion passes 7-0. Mr. Sterling, item number 6.
What's the amount of this? We're authorizing a 5-year contract with Motorola. I'm not seeing what the dollar value,
There is none.
annual dollar value, any of that information here.
Sheriff Jets in the audience, if you want. Step forward.
We going fishing in January?
Can. Looking forward to it. Mr. Sterling, there's no dollar amount associated with that. It's open contract for open purchase of equipment if needed. It's still tied to the original contract that gives us deep discounts that are.
This is the contract for purchase equipment. This is not for support and operation. This isn't the consultant that charges, what, $250,000 an hour?
No, this is subscriber equipment and equipment associated
makes
with
sense.
the up and running of the system.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, yes, sir.
Mr. Sterling, you want to make the motion?
So moved.
I have a motion, I have a second. Any discussion? Cast your votes. Tally the vote. Motion passes 7-0. Ms. Bomke, item number 7.
Yes, I just wanted to bring it to everybody's attention. This is a really important item. I think it's great that we're moving forward on this, and we're, as far as how we decided about going about the, implementing this exhaust, equipment, and we started with all the county-owned facilities, and then we hope to be going out to, and like a phase 2, and looking at our volunteer stations. But I just think this is a very exciting that we can go in and add this new equipment to help remove some of the exhaust from our stations. Motion to approve.
I have a motion to approve. I have a second by Ms. Sellers. Into discussion. Cast your votes. Tally the vote. Motion passes 7-0. Ms. Bomke, item number 8.
Yes, I just needed a little bit of clarification. I already talked to Mr. Romanello about this item, but in the second paragraph, let's see, hang on. In the write-up, under 1, 2, 3, 4, fifth paragraph down, there's a reference that says, for this application, the county would develop options for a possible stormwater improvement project at St. Clair Brooks Park. But I think we are doing the project no matter what. So I just wanted to go on the record to make sure that we are really going to do this project,
Mr. Hubbard.
that it's not a possible project.
Sure. No, thank you, Ms. Bomke, for your question. We surely hope this will ultimately be an executable project, but until we get a little further along into the design stage, we won't know that for sure. We've done some conceptual level planning out at Brooks Park. We believe we have some good project possibilities out there, and if we are approved for the grant funding, we'll get an engineering contract in place, go forward with design, and then at that time be sure that we can proceed. If for whatever reason we were to not be able to execute a project there, we would look for another option at another county park project in the county park location in the southern end of the county.
Okay, and then at that point, would you bring that back to the board if we change the project?
That would certainly be an option. We have made minor deviations in some of our other applications, staying within the required funding at the staff level.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
at this amount, the board would need to authorize the project because it exceeds 100,000, so we'll absolutely be back.
Okay.
Any
Thank
other
you.
question, Mr. Hubble? Well, Mr. Hubble, that may be your last time at the microphone. I hope not. You've got a presentation. You got one more shot. I didn't want you to go unrecognized, so we'll wait for the next shot. Do I have
Motion to approve.
motion to approve? I have a second in discussion. Yes, Mr. Thomas.
Request a friendly amendment that the last whereas should say fiscal year 2016 instead of 206. Minor.
It says 206 rather than 2016. You accept the friendly amendment?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Thomas, for pointing that out. Any further discussion? Seeing none, cast your vote. Tally the vote. Motion passes 7-0. We're going to move item number 17 up. Dr. Sam is here. Express support for Germanna Community College expansion. County Administrator. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Brody.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Tim Baruti, Deputy County Administrator. I'd like to first of all thank Dr. Benson for having our business community with him last week. They were very energized and look forward to continued engagement on matters of workforce development. So again, thank you. Economic development, as you all know, is quickly evolving. It used to be that prospects would engage communities on available land, infrastructure, taxes, and incentives. This dialogue would often take months and sometimes even years from conception to ribbon cutting. Today, companies and site selection consultants have significant data at their fingertips. For the most part, they understand land costs, taxes, and infrastructure before they even come to us. And while those all still remain very significant factors in any decision-making, increasingly quality workforce is the highest priority. Stafford has long understood that an educated workforce is imperative to a successful economic development program and overall community quality of life. The county's recent 2006 Economic Development Strategic Plan, the board's Economic Development 10-point plan, and the recently adopted 2015 Strategic Economic Development Plan all call for specific attention to the matter of workforce development. In response to the need, the EDA made an opening of Germanic Center in Stafford County a high priority, and in fact funded $300,000 of their resources to, again, make it happen. As a follow-on to that effort, the county continued to discuss ways which to better understand workforce development needs. How do we do that? We engaged businesses, of course, face-to-face. We brought some 30 different businesses to the table with our partners and created what we called the Stafford Workforce and Educational Partnership. We did that with Germanic Community College, University of Mary Washington, and Stafford Schools at the table. Again, ultimately 30 businesses came together and told us what they needed, and our partners executed on most of that. But we know more can be done. So staff has been working with Dr. Sam, Dr. White, Dr. Benson, and his other staff, and our regional library staff. While we all understand that a permanent Germanic Community College is on the horizon, demand must be met in the next 5 to 7 years while funding for the campus comes together. Knowing this, we now propose that the Board of Supervisors consider Resolution R-15-389 before you, which would contribute efforts to double the space for Germanic Center in Stafford County and leverage school and library assets to create a more collaborative center, to include potential dual enrollment and early college programs and opportunities to offer the community a new small additional footprint from a public library standpoint. With all that said, I'd like to have Dr. Sam come up and maybe elaborate on near-term and long-term plans for Germanic Community College.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, Mr. Romanella, Mr. Baruti, thank you. We are surprised that it's been 6 years since we moved to Stafford. Time flies. Without that contribution by the EDA, we would have not been able to open the small center that we have in 2009. If you remember, there was that little financial crisis going on then, and we had faced 50% growth in enrollment and 30% cut in state funding during that period. We are happy that we are in Stafford. We are committed no matter what to remaining in Stafford and growing our presence in Stafford. We recognize that land is coming. We are number 30 on the state list for community college buildings. Normally, if you're in the top 30, you get bond funding, which could come as early as 2017, 2018. Also recognize that I need to raise somewhere around $4 or $5 million of additional monies. There's trees in the way, land that has to be prepared, stormwater, sewers, sidewalks, and all that, which can't be covered currently by law in the state bond for a community college. So we're not really happy remaining where we are. We have brought the auto center here. We've doubled the enrollment and more than doubled the auto service certifications in the auto center that's down near the airport. I just had lunch with students, pizza, that's the way I get them to come talk to me, at the Stafford Center today. They're very happy there. They're very happy with the faculty, but it is crowded. If you have visited when classes are in session, there is no room. So a logical step between the small center that we have and a permanent location is a larger location, which I had hoped to have opened this last fall. Last year it was in our plan when we faced another mid-year budget cut. So with your support And as early as this Friday, depending on the donor's decision as to when the family would like us to announce, but it is a done deal. They have signed off. We are going to have $1 million contribution by a private donor towards our expansion in Stafford County. Those together close the gap. When I look at my spreadsheet on more classrooms, at least one science lab, perhaps a wet science lab on top of the dry that we plan on putting in there, expanded services for veterans, counseling, career counseling, a welcome center, with the regional library, the possibility of a bigger library, more services for students, and it would be not a full library for the community, but a center, a service center for the library, with the possibility of an early college program with our good partners in the school system, similar to what we're already doing in Culpeper, similar to what we're already doing with Spotsylvania High and James Monroe. We could serve 50, 100 students who would graduate their senior year with associate degrees. These are things that could happen in a fairly short time, as early as January 2017, thanks to that donation that we'll be announcing shortly, and thanks to your support. So that's the direction we're going. The goal is a permanent location with all sorts of possibilities, perhaps some joint use facilities for career and technical education. But we are in Stafford to stay, and we're committed to growing. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sam. Any questions for Dr. Sam or Mr. Baruti? Yes, Ms. Seller.
Of course, I have a comment. I think this is a great opportunity for our students. As somebody who's currently paying off my student loans and still, going back to school to learn Spanish, it's a great opportunity to bring you guys here. And if they can graduate with an associate's degree, it takes a lot of pressure off of them. And I like to hear about it, and I like it that it's going to be a permanent home.
Student loans bad.
Yeah.
So we're trying to help as many students leave us with no student loans.
Yeah.
Do I have a motion for Resolution R15-389? I have a motion from Mr. Mildy. Do I have a second? Second, Mrs. Sellers. Any comments?
Yeah.
The discussion?
Yeah.
Ms. Bumke?
I think Mr. Thomas had one first. Go ahead.
I was just going to say that a big theme we heard from the governor and his cabinet this weekend at VACO was their enormous push for filling the gap. You know, when my generation was in high school, it was you have to get a 4-year degree, and if that wasn't your plan, you were almost shamed into that not being your goal. So a lot of people who couldn't afford it, like myself, went into the military to be able to pay for it. And we all took the challenge to do the 4-year degrees, but what we've created is this huge gap. There are a ton of jobs out there that are a better fit for people that don't require a 4-year degree. I don't know if you've had any plumbing work done lately, but if you looked at the bill, they make a heck of a lot of good money too. So I think, in addition to the 2-year degree programs you have, in running a computer software company, there's a lot of services you provide in cybersecurity, A+ certifications, Network Plus certifications that maybe aren't even 2-year degrees, but are the certifications that our workforce needs to be able to go out and get a well-paying job and for us to attract these businesses to Stafford. So I think, although I don't like kind of pre-spending money from next year's budget, which we don't ordinarily do, I don't think there's anything wrong with putting guidance into the county administrator that we agree with you. We've set this as a priority, and when you put together the budget, this needs to be one of the top items on the list. So I'll be in support of the resolution.
Thank you. You may have seen the announcement recently that Germanna was the provider of asphalt certifications and apprenticeships. We expect, once this is fully implemented, 1,200 or so young men, and we hope women, will be getting jobs that very quickly pay $40,000 to $100,000, and you can't outsource your highway to India. So these are good jobs.
Ms. Bumke?
Yes, I just would like to say I'm very, very excited about this. You know, as my kids graduated over the last couple of years, there are so many kids out there. You know, I would say, well, where are you going to college? And they're like, I'm going to Germanna. And I'm like, no, you are the smart one here. You're not going to come out with student loans. And I don't know how many of you heard the announcement yesterday. I think it was yesterday, the state of Virginia, our tuition fees for our college universities here in the state of Virginia, where our tuition is not that high compared to a lot of other universities in the nation, but it has increased 36% in 7 years. That's a lot. And so many of these kids are coming out of college and they don't have jobs. So I just echo a lot of the thoughts that Bob said, and I'm very excited.
And I would just add that, you know, I think you're right. My 2-year degree came from Northern Virginia Community College, and it was the same courses I would have needed had I gone to a 4-year college. So I kind of usually forget about that, but it's a very good point.
Any further discussion?
22 of the 24 first Germanna scholars in Culpeper in the early college program are returning, which is great. But their biggest complaint was, this is hard. This is like the university. And we said, it's exactly the same. In fact, the teachers are sometimes the same people. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sam. Any further discussion? Cast your votes. Tally the vote. Motion passes 7-0. We're going to move number 22 up, as there are some folks here other than staff that are waiting. Number 22, Planning and Zoning, consider reimbursement of a portion of the application fees for minor proffer amendment and minor conditional use permit amendment applications of Falmouth District. Mr. Harvey.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, board members. This item is for consideration of Resolution R-15-383, which would grant a partial reimbursement of application fees to Stafford Crossing Community Church. The board heard a series of public hearings on this matter at your October 20th meeting. At the same meeting, adopted a revised fee schedule that dealt with minor proffer amendments and minor conditional use permit amendments, essentially cutting the fee in half. The proposed fee change was initially instigated by local attorney Mr. Clark Lemming for a case that he had pending before the county, which has yet to come before the Planning Commission and board. In his particular client's case, they didn't move forward with paying the full fee at that point in time because they knew this proposed amendment was under consideration. The proposed reimbursement would be $6,190, which is essentially half of the base fee for both applications. Staff would recommend approval of Resolution R-15-383.
Thank you, Mr. Harvey. Any questions, Mr. Harvey? Thank you. Bring it back to the board, Ms. Bumke.
I move for approval of R-15-383.
Second.
I have a motion for approval. I have a second. Do I have any discussion? Seeing none, cast your votes. Tally the votes. The motion passes 7-0. Item number 15, MS4, Stormwater Management Update. Now, Mr. Hubble, this is your final trip up. Is that correct? I hate to see that. Believe me, I do. I hate to see this.
I believe that's
just
correct.
for the audience's sake, Mr. Hubble will be leaving us December the 4th and heading to the Midwest, and we're really going to miss you. So this is your last shot. We'll send you the tape.
Well, hopefully, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Hopefully, I'll give you some good news here. And with that, thank you. I appreciate all your support for this program over the years and the opportunity to have been able to work here for 13 years in the county that I grew up in and went to school in. It's been a true privilege. But as you mentioned, I'm here to give an update today on our MS4 stormwater management permit. Computer, please. There we go. As you all recall, the county is regulated under the MS4 permit, part of the Clean Water Act. And as part of that, we have to comply with the total maximum daily load or pollution cleanup plan for the Chesapeake Bay. That's a 15-year implementation for that portion of the program. Forgive me, our technology. Can you advance for me? Okay. That doesn't seem to be working either. It is. Thank you. Thank you. Forgive me. As you all know, the MS4 program is a Clean Water Act mandate. It's required for municipalities and other entities that own or operate an MS4, which is a municipal separate storm sewer system. It requires the implementation of various minimum control measures and other permit conditions. We've been regulated since 2003 in ongoing 5-year terms, and ongoing compliance into eternity will be required for that program. The Chesapeake Bay TMDL is a specific requirement of the MS4 permit now, and it's to address the pollution issues in that water body. It's required for the 6 states and the District of Columbia that all drain to the bay, and specific to that situation is a 15-year implementation time frame for that program. Next slide. As you all recall, we've had several conversations over the last year about our extent of responsibility for our service area with the Department of Environmental Quality. Their staff came to speak with you all, I believe it was last spring. And anyways, we have been able to get approval from them for what I will refer to as a right-sized MS4 area. And essentially that lowers our area of responsibilities to county-owned or operated properties, and effectively, this will significantly reduce our capital obligations for complying with the Chesapeake Bay TMDL pollution reduction requirements. As you all recall, the FY16 budget contains funding for the MS4 program operating and capital costs. Based on DEQ's approval of that request, we have revised our approximate future annual funding needs for our operating costs. For 17 and 18, we're looking at around $700,000, and then slight escalations of that amount in FY19 and FY 2024, and those time up with when our 5-year permit renews. Typically, there are some additional baseline general requirements that are added in as those evolve over time. The significant change here is on the capital side. As I mentioned, going forward, we're looking at approximate capital costs of about $500,000 a year. That's comparable to the level of funding that was provided in this year's budget, and there is a potential to offset those costs with the receipt of state or federal grant funding. As you recall, in the consent agenda, you approved our application for grant funding that would do just that sort of thing. The bottom line is, initially when we talked about entire compliance budget for the 15-year program, we were looking at about $40 million, and we've been able to reduce that down to about $18 million based on this. And keep in mind, these are approximate amounts averaged over the 15-year time period. Budget amounts may fluctuate from year to year depending on anticipated projects and other things that may come up. Just a quick highlight of some next steps. At the top, you see our projects that are in the pipeline. In the Potomac River, we're working on some retrofits in the Whitson's Run area. We actually started our first project yesterday, which is very exciting. And we also have design underway for a project here at the Government Center, which would likely go to construction in the spring. In all that progress in the Potomac River watershed, we need to make some progress down in the southern end of the county and the Rappahannock as well. Appreciate your approval on the consent agenda of our next grant application, which will be used to target stormwater retrofits at the Brooks Park. Also, in October, we submitted our TMDL action plan. That's our guidance document, which will lay out how we make our pollution reductions over the first 5 and subsequent 10 years for the program. We submitted that to DEQ. They have a 90-day comment period. We received initial comments about 2 weeks ago, and we have responded to them, so hopefully we will hear back with their approval of that plan. As I mentioned, the funding support. And then, of course, on the last bullet, these are the what ifs. So I've given you the good news, but always remember that there could be other things that happen down the road. 3 to monitor right now are the revisions to EPA's Chesapeake Bay model that will that could have significant effects on the amount of required pollution that Virginia and ultimately the localities within Virginia are required to make. Also, the renewal of our MS4 permit, which will happen in 2017 and 2018, that could increase various performance requirements. And finally, as I've mentioned before, the potential for EPA or DEQ audits of Virginia's MS4 programs. DEQ's announced 16 audits scheduled for 2016. We have been fortunate to not have been selected to this point, so we may only continue to be fortunate for so much longer. So with that, I'll be glad to answer any questions that you all have.
Any questions for Mr. Hubble? I'm sorry? Well, Steve, we want to thank you for your service to the county. I'm sorry, you have a question?
Good one. Well, was it a year ago or 2 years ago when I came on the board and we talked about the $40 million number? I remember it was a big sticker shock to me because I'd never really thought about stormwater management. And now it's come down to 18.5. Is a lot of that due to the work that you've done? I mean, I know you highlighted this and you're probably not going to stand up there and take credit, but is a lot of that with the workings that you've done with the state?
Yes. The answer is yes, ma'am. And
Yeah.
Steve will not take credit, and he should. It's positively awesome. It's like winning the Super Bowl and then ending your career. So I don't know how Steve could end his career any better with Stafford. Wow. Yeah, I mean, Steve is known throughout the state. Eldon James mentioned that at the VACO conference last week in the Region 7 meeting, and the work that he's done, and Paul Sante, who's, wave your hand there, Paul, sitting in the back, who is Steve's right-hand man on stormwater. The work that they've done is why our capital liability is half of what we thought it was a year ago.
Yeah. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Well, Steve, thank you for your service. We're going to miss you. You always have a place here.
Thank you all very much.
Item number 16, employee engagement presentation. Ms. Bolbrecht.
Good afternoon, members of the board. I'm Kathy Volbrecht, Director of Communications, and I'm here to speak to you briefly about how we engage our employees so that they can help all of us build a better community here in Stafford. It's not working. Okay. All right, next slide, please. So first of all, what is employee engagement? We believe that it's a heightened connection to work, mission, and our coworkers. It goes beyond doing the work that's in your job description, and even beyond being happy and satisfied with your job. It's about finding personal meaning in our work, being proud of the work that we do, upholding our organizational values, and going above and beyond in providing service. These words can describe many of our employees today here in Stafford. And we have these employees because we think that we give them the tools, mastery, autonomy, and purpose to help them become engaged. And if you've read Daniel Pink, you'll know that he's an author of management leadership books. He mentions these 3 words, mastery, autonomy, and purpose, and he says these are the things that motivate our employees. We think that if we give our employees the right tools, then we can help them become engaged. Now, we know this doesn't happen overnight. We've been working for a very long time here in Stafford County to create a strong foundation for our employees. We work with them to create our vision of becoming the best local government in Virginia. And we put programs such as leadership development, training, and recognition programs in place to help our employees make that vision a reality. Next slide. So why is engagement important? According to the International City and County Management Association, ICMA, strong employee engagement leads to higher retention with our employees, fewer absences from work, employees who are twice as likely to stay in their current jobs, employees who feel that they can actually make a difference, and employees who are more likely to recommend their workplace to others. And another recent finding that I'd like to mention comes from one of our rating agencies, Fitch. They released a report within the last few weeks that says the relationship between a U.S. local government and its workforce has become an important barometer in the strength of the government's credit rating. So basically, they are saying that an engaged workforce can have an impact on that local government's bond rating. Next slide. So we think that if we can continue providing the tools of mastery, autonomy, and purpose to help enhance our employee engagement, we will see our retention improve, we'll see higher performance, more collaboration, and innovation among our employees. But the good news is that we are already seeing some of these things today, including the fact that employees are doing things because they want to, not because they have to. We put out a weekly newsletter to our employees every Friday that is full of examples of our employees going above and beyond to help our citizens because they want to. And some of those stories are repeated in the newsletter that Ms. Bomke mentioned in the loop that you all receive on Fridays. We also think that employee engagement will help us identify leaders within our organization. And again, the timing is right because, as you know, we are losing two of our leaders, our constitutional officers, Sheriff and Ms. Barbara Decatur, and they are losing some veteran employees in their organizations. So we think that employee engagement will help us identify employees within their departments who might one day rise to leadership roles. And we want to make sure that we can help them, coach them, and give them the tools they need to succeed. Next slide. I talked about why we have to do employee engagement. I'd like to talk briefly about how we do it. I mentioned first that we establish a foundation of a motivating environment and create a congenial place for our employees to work. Compensation and benefits are an important part of that foundation, and we've been working hard to enhance what we provide to employees in a fiscally responsible way. The board did approve a 2% pay increase in the FY16 budget. And last year, we also undertook a compensation study and removed those employees whose compensation was out of alignment with the market that we found in the study based on the results of the study to the recommended pay grades. We also moved employees who fell below the recommended pay grades to grade minimum, and we have additional adjustments under consideration. Last week, we also put out our health insurance RFP, and we hope that the result will be a health benefit that will help our employees live healthier lives through wellness programs and more involvement on their part to make healthier choices. Next slide. While we continue to strengthen our foundation, we are also sharpening the tools that we give to employees in the areas, again, of autonomy, mastery, and purpose. And I'd like to talk briefly about them. Autonomy is that self-direction and inner drive. One of the ways we think we can enhance autonomy is to encourage our employees to collaborate, to be innovative, and to create parallel organizations or teams within departments and across departments to work on various programs or issues. You will see these teams throughout our organization, planning, solving problems, developing new ideas, all because they think that the work that they do is meaningful and serves a higher purpose than their own job, their own department. Some examples of these teams are our Employee Advisory Committee, our Wellness Committee, and our Activities Committee, all who are very, very involved in the work that we do here in the county. One great example of autonomy is our 311 Center. As you know, we put that center together with existing resources, and within a year or two of operation, we were recognized nationally by the National Association of Counties for our innovative efforts to get that center up and running, which is still running today. Next slide. Mastery is the second tool in our employee engagement toolkit. And this is about helping our employees progress in his or her professional life. We offer our employees a multitude of training classes, from basic to advanced computer classes and customer service classes, to workshops on how to manage change, performance management, and discipline issues. And we also provide a leadership series of classes for our constitutional officers, our department directors, assistant directors, and other employees who stand out as potential leaders within the organization. We offer these experiences to help them develop their leadership skills even more. We encourage employees to pursue higher education, whether that is getting that associate's degree, the bachelor's degree, or even farther with the master's. We have a wonderful tuition assistance program, and we are also looking into other programs such as the Public Service Loan Forgiveness Program, which will help employees with those student loans that Ms. Sellers mentioned. But training is just one piece of our mastery tool. Communication is another piece that enhances that mastery. The more informed our employees are, the better they are to make educated decisions, contribute to a project, or make progress in a specific area. And we do this in a number of ways. I mentioned the weekly newsletter we put out. We have employee meetings on various issues. We do daily announcements and other newsletters as well as memos. And every Payday Friday, Anthony Romanello offers a chat with the county administrator, and he sets aside 1 hour for all employees to come by and just have a chat with him on whatever issue they would like. Next slide. I'm going to talk briefly about purpose, and this is about doing work that is meaningful, connecting to a higher cause beyond our job. We work to be the best local government in Virginia through helping and supporting our community through the services that we provide. To get there, our employees go above and beyond in providing that service, whether that's being involved in community events, keeping our community safe during emergencies, or looking for innovative ways to provide our services. Another way we help our employees realize their purpose here is through our performance evaluations. There's a section in our evaluation that measures how our employees uphold our organizational values of balance, empowerment, service, and teamwork. And these are values that they came up with on their own several years ago. So having these values in all of our evaluations show employees that we all play a role in helping us reach our goal of becoming the best local government and building a great community. Next slide. But we also think an important part of employee engagement is to have fun. And we do this in a number of ways. We have our annual service awards. We do an annual Halloween costume contest. We do wellness activities such as our annual wellness fair. And of course our employee picnic, which the board supported this year. Many of these activities are planned by those parallel organizations that I mentioned earlier, different leadership teams and employee committees. We know that our employees work hard, many beyond the Monday through Friday, the 8 to 4:30 or 5. They work hard on the weekends and the evenings, and we think it's important to show them how much we appreciate them and let them enjoy their time with us. So how do we know that employee engagement is working? Well, we know that our employees read our weekly newsletter. They consistently send us information about the great work that they do, the great work that their colleagues do, and they want us to share it with each other. They provide us feedback on various issues, all in the spirit, again, of helping to build a great community, despite the challenges we may be facing. And we have countless examples of employees doing things because they want to, whether it's serving on an employee committee to enhance our work life, working weekends and holidays on a construction project, or helping a citizen clear leaves in front of her house to free up a blocked culvert. These are Stafford County employees. We also know our employees are engaged because our work is being recognized on a regular basis, whether it's by a local organization, a national group, or an international organization. This slide shows you just some of the awards that we've won recently. There's a link on our website that lists a lot of the awards we have won going back several years. We think it's important to publicize these awards internally and externally so that our citizens know that not only are we working hard to provide them with services, but that we take pride in what we do for the county and that others recognize our efforts. It's not just important to celebrate these achievements externally, but to recognize and acknowledge our achievements ourselves. This helps us trace our progress, focus on areas of improvement, and continue to build on these successes. And in closing, I would like to thank the board for your support of our employees. You are there to help us celebrate our achievements, such as at our service awards, to face our challenges together, to have fun, whether it's playing knocker, bocker, or bubble soccer, and to help us keep moving forward as we work together to build a great community. Our employees know that you're right there with us, and we appreciate it. So thank you, and I'm happy to answer
any questions from Ms. Volberg? It is knocker soccer, and we made a decision today. We now have 3 female board members and 4 male, but Mr. Cavalier is going to be the referee, so we're going to have a team match. The 3 male employees against the 3 female board members, I should say. And we're going to do that next year. So that was Ms. Sellers' idea. So thank you, Ms. Volberg.
Thank you.
We totally got this. Don't worry.
Believe me, you do. Number 18. Fire and Rescue, authorize the county administrator to execute contracts for the purchase of 2 fireboats. Chief Lockhart.
Mr. Chairman, will you be needing an ambulance for that event next year? Okay.
Well, I will. I don't know about
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Mark Lockhart, County Fire and EMS Chief, here today to present R15-224 and R15-394, which will authorize the county administrator to execute contracts for the purchase of 2 fireboats. As you know, we're responsible for over 50 miles of coastline and 9 large bodies of water and waterways in the county. We respond to over 50 calls annually for water-related emergencies, and we expect that number to increase with the opening next spring of Lake Mooney. Proposed R15-224 will authorize the county administrator to execute a contract for the purchase of one 21-foot boat with a 500-gallon per minute water pump. This boat will be on a trailer at Station 12 in Berea and respond to incidents at Lake Mooney, Able Lake, and the Rappahannock and Potomac rivers. This vessel would be used for both firefighting and water rescue purposes and allow us the ability to deploy the boat wherever it is needed in the county. The quoted purchase price for this vessel is $111,770, and those funds are currently available through the Virginia Department of Fire Programs Aid to Localities grant funds in our department. Proposed R15-394 will authorize the county administrator to execute a contract for the purchase of one 30-foot boat with a 1,000 to 1,500 gallon per minute water pump. This boat will be kept in the water year-round at Aquia Harbor Marina and will respond to incidents on the Potomac River and the Aquia, Potomac, and Accokeek Creeks. This boat would be used for both firefighting and water rescue purposes and will be equipped for both on a year-round basis. This vessel is designed to allow for transportation and deployment of all-terrain vehicles for land search and rescue missions in areas otherwise inaccessible, containment booms in the event of a hazardous materials event or environmental emergency, and to serve as a dive platform for search or recovery operations. The quoted price for this vessel is $256,430 and would be funded through the cash capital portion of the FY16 adopted budget and CIP. Both of these vessels will provide water supply operations from the water for wildland and structure fires in areas along the shore without hydrants. I'd be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Any questions for Chief Lockhart? Mr. Cavalier.
You talk about where you're going to house the first boat, but not the second boat, which is the one that I'm interested in.
That boat will be kept in the water year-round at Aquia Harbor Marina.
It will be.
Yes, sir.
And just as a question that I don't know the answer to, the no-wake zone that's there from the Aquia Harbor Marina all the way extended out for this, I'm imagining that the fireboat would not have to abide by those rules. Is that correct?
My understanding is there is a provision or an exemption for the emergency boat.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Sterling.
Give me some statistics on why we need this. How many incidents have we had? Not calls, not we got 50 miles of coast or there's something water related. I mean, fires, you're talking about boats that pump water. How many boats have caught on fire that we need to respond to, or houses that have caught on fire that we can only get to by a boat?
Well, we've had 2 structure fires on the water or near the water this year.
Could we only get there by boat, or could we get there by, because if this is by boat, you're going to have to take the boat, take it to the body of water, get it there. It's I'm seeing a lot amount of time here, so if you can get to it by land, those fire engines are going to get there a lot more rapidly.
Well, in the 2 instances that we had earlier this year, they were both on the north end of the county in Mr. Cavalier's district. One was a boathouse on the water. The other one was a structure that was located near the water. While the fire engines are able to respond to that area, it is an area where we do have a delayed or a prolonged response time. In one case, a boat from Charles County, Maryland came over and was able to provide assistance to us with that. So as far as actual events, we've had those 2 this year. As far as being having to actually flow water, incidents are few and far between.
Mr. Snell.
Any other questions? Yes, Ms. Baumke.
Yeah, I would just like to mention to my colleagues, we did talk about this at the public safety meeting, and originally we received, if you look in your board packages, I'll just call this to your attention if you haven't had a chance to focus on it, but we originally had a chart of all the incidents in the county over the last 6 years, and then we actually asked them to break it down by body of water. So you'll see in there's Aquia Creek, Able Lake, Curtis Lake, Lake Arrowhead, the Potomac, and the Fredericksburg Rock Quarry, the Rappahannock River, and then Rocky Pen or Lake Mooney, as it's now referred to.
And if I may also, Mr. Sterling, when I say incidents are few and far between on the fire side, now we've also had 2 instances in the Potomac and Aquia this year that were not fire-related. They were essentially incidents, medical emergencies, and then one was a recovery operation. Our most frequent call is for a water rescue, and the most common place for that to occur is on the Rappahannock River. And those, again, we're running on average of 50 of those a year. We had one just on Sunday involving the Rappahannock.
Question: how do we currently respond to that?
When you mean how do
What did we do in this last instance? How do we take care of the person in need?
Well, we have a Zodiac at Company 1 at Falmouth that typically responds with a Marine Support Unit. In instances involving the Rappahannock, the City of Fredericksburg typically will also respond or will ask for them to respond as well.
So this would be in addition to those 2 resources that are already available?
This gives us a Zodiac is not going to hold but maybe 2 or 3 people, so we don't have a whole lot of room with which to operate. The boat that we're proposing that would primarily be in the south end of the county would give us a better operating platform when we do a water rescue.
Mr. Sterling.
Sort of following up on Mr. Thomas's question, it sounds kind of redundant if we've got City of Fredericksburg, we've got other communities that have it. We're all going to have these boats. Why do we really need it? I mean, I've heard the statistics, but I've also heard that we've been responding in one way or another with the Zodiac, the City of Fredericksburg, and others. This is a lot of money, and if not every community is going to have the same thing. Sometimes we have to act regionally, and this strikes me as something that's probably primed for regional response, because even if you take, what'd you say, 50 incidents? That's once every 7 days. That's not that many in the total scheme of things. And so if we've got number of assets already in the region for it, it gets a little bit more difficult to understand why we need to spend the money for something that provides essentially a redundant capability.
Well, and just as we do with I-95 and auto accidents near the county and the city border, we do respond. It is a regional approach, and it's the same with the boats. We respond with the Zodiac because right now that's what we have. We have a boat at White Oak, but it's not in the water. It would require transport to a port where we could put in and then respond in to wherever the incident is. I think when we look at a regional approach, it may appear to be redundant, but we look at it as either strength in numbers or a force multiplier, and it simply enhances our chances of a successful operation.
But doesn't the Sheriff's Department already have a boat? So don't we already have public safety boats?
Sheriff's Office does have a boat. I don't believe that boat is in the water year-round.
What would it take to put it in the water year-round? Aquia?
I don't know.
So we haven't thought of that? Like existing resources, maybe repurposing them?
Well, you could put the boat in the water, but the boat doesn't have a pump on it.
Right. There's only 2 incidents for fire. There's 50 incidents for water rescue, which I'm assuming doesn't need a pump. So maybe that boat that the sheriff has could, double as being able to pull people out of the water. Just a food for thought, I guess.
Ms. Baumke.
Yes, I would just like to share with the board. I did go out on a tour the other day with Mark Doyle. We went over to Able Lake, and I will say the boat that we have over there is basically, I'd never heard this term before, but it's called a John boat. So it's not much. And then we did go down to Falmouth, and we looked at what do you refer to that one? The Zodiac or dinghy. And one of the things that they did bring up is if they are in a diving incident, to climb up over the side of that boat where there isn't a ladder or something is challenging because, it's big on the side. But I guess if you go back to page 198 where you look at county-wide, what our water rescues have been, 202 over the last 6 years, and those have all been water rescues, not really fires. My feeling is that maybe we need a better a water rescue device rather than a fireboat. Because if you, at your dais, you've probably seen this picture of in the add-on folder. But that's, you know, those are some of the challenges that they have.
Ms. Sellers. Then back to Mr. Hall.
The boat at Lake Mooney, when we talk about fires on Lake Mooney, can we have motorized apparatus on Lake Mooney?
No.
Okay. And that's where this one's going to be, because it's coming from 12. It's coming from Berea. So it's going to have a problem getting to the Rappahannock anyways. How would we get it to the Rappahannock to make rescues? Be my concern.
Well, the same way we do with the Zodiac now.
It comes from 12 as well? It's
No,
not
the
at-
Zodiac's coming out of Company 1 at Falmouth. There are only so many places we can enter the Rappahannock.
Right.
But we would deploy, depending on where the call is located, we would deploy the boat to the closest access point.
I'm just thinking of traffic getting there.
Mr. Chairman.
Would be my concern. Go ahead.
Mr. Thomas and then Mr. Mildy.
Yeah, I just wanted to kind of key in on the statistics that Ms. Baumke talked about in the lakes. So in 5.5 years, there's been 4 at Able, 2 at Smith, 2 at Curtis, 1 at Arrowhead, 2 at Lake Mooney. 1 is from 2011. So was that when it was a creek?
Yes.
Okay. So there's a total of 10 in 5.5 years. So that's the one boat I'm definitely questioning, and its backup purposes, like Ms. Sellers just said, to get to the Rappahannock, where I get the significant incident reports, and I haven't gotten one yet that said somebody died because our boat was, insufficient. I understand they're hard to get into, but I'd be curious if you could put a ladder on the side. I've done a fair share of diving, and I know it is tough to get in a boat, but I think buying a brand new boat because of things like that might be overkill, and I'm having a hard time with it.
Mr. Mildy.
How much does a fire engine cost?
Anywhere from 500,000 to 750,000.
How about one of your ambulances?
About 200,000.
And how much is Station 14 going to cost us?
We've got 6.5 million, I believe, budgeted.
So I appreciate that you want to retrofit a pickup truck to try to do something else with it, but I'm not so sure cutting corners when it comes to public safety. These are not large dollars compared to what we spend to keep our public safe. We've had plenty of water deaths. I mean, I represent an area that's got a ton of water. We had 3 deaths just in the last year. Now, of course, it probably could. In this case, you couldn't have prevented them. I think they all were found dead. But I think.
I would, Mr. Mildy. Let me make sure we understand. We don't have a motion yet. We're still in questions. So let's
all right,
stop commentary and get a motion. Then
I stayed quiet. Let everyone talk twice, Mr. Chairman.
I understand what you're saying. No problem. I just want to make sure that we're staying on procedure here.
All right. So we don't. And this board has been very supportive of moving resources away from, even away from my Aquia district, for instance. So this is just one more. You took away an ambulance and put in some kind of which turned out well. You put in a souped up something else that was a little bit different with the paramedic in it. So I represent an area that has a lot of assets on the water and people using, recreational activities on the water. And I'd like to see this board support me and for that matter the wide water areas when they need something that's relatively inexpensive in the big picture when it comes to public safety. I'd rather be safe than sorry with a couple $100,000 when it comes to public safety.
Are there any other questions? Mr. Romanello.
May I clarify something, sir, please? Mr. Chairman, I think it's important to clarify that on the county reservoirs, we do not allow gas motors. We do allow electric motors for the public. Now, the Utilities Department does have gas motors on their John boats because it's their reservoir to maintain. So if Fire and Rescue were to put a boat on the reservoir, it would be a gas motor boat. But again, it wouldn't remain in the water. It would be used for emergency purposes only. But we do allow motorized boats, but they have to be electric motors for the public.
You have a question, Mr. Cavalier?
No, I want to make a motion.
Okay, we've got to do that. Thank you, Chief. We appreciate it. This is going to be 2 motions. One, proposed resolution R15-224. That's for a 21-foot boat to be stationed at Station 12 Berea. Do I have a motion?
I have a motion for R15-394, the 30-foot boat.
Let's get through 224 first, then we'll go to 394. Do I have a motion for 224? Seeing no motion, it dies. Do I have a motion for R15-394?
I do, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Cavalier motions, Mr. Mildy seconds. Discussion. Yes, Mr. Sterling.
Based on the information, statistics, the details we've given, I appreciate Mr. Mildy's soapbox, but I don't see that this is going to, the deaths you cited and other things, that this boat's going to necessarily be there and be responsive and lead to a change in what those are. This is just not, I see this as, we're buying a boat. And I don't see that the boat's going to be there and is going to do the things that you say. You make it sound like this is going to solve all the problems that ever have occurred. I don't see it happening.
I didn't say that. I said exactly the opposite, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Milding.
I said exactly the opposite, but what I am doing is relying on the opinion of someone who is an expert in this area and who is telling us that this is something we need.
Who's that made?
And I would add that I have been to town hall meetings in Widewater, and the sentiment out there at Company 3 with both the fight volunteers there and especially with the residents along at the end of Widewater, both on the creek side and the river side, is that they strongly want this boat, and it will be kept in the water so that we can have quicker response than we have on the past few incidences that recently have resulted in, death and destruction, basically, that may not have occurred otherwise. So, I think this is a very important public safety issue.
Any other? Yes, Ms. Seller.
I'm going to support this vote as well, but if you look at those roads, particularly in Paul's district, where if you get some of these engines down there, they're taking out whatever car's on the road with them. And so it's going to be quicker to get a boat to some of these houses with the pump on it. And I think it does give us extended capability in the northern Widewater area and Ukiah area. So I'm going to support you guys.
Ms. Baumke?
Yes, I guess my question is, do we need a boat with that's pumping 500 gallons a minute? That is a lot of force.
I think this one is pumping a lot more than that. This is
right. The second one's pumping more than that. And that's my question. If we need a boat down there, we need a boat, but do we need something with this much capability? And I think we need a boat for rescue and maybe for fire purposes, although Charles County is actually in charge of covering the Potomac. It's not really our responsibility. So I can't support a boat of this size with the capability that it has. I think we could get something a lot cheaper that would still serve the purpose.
Any further? Mr. Mildy?
Well, a couple things. I assume if you've ever seen a fireboat, they have to have this kind of pressure in order to get the distance they need to put out a fire, number one. Number two, your county that you represent is only partially on the Potomac River. And a lot of this would probably occur on the Potomac Creek, Accokeek Creeks, and Potomac, Ukiah Creek. So there's a whole bunch, and we're talking dozens of miles of shoreline, maybe even 100 miles of shoreline that is not covered by Charles County, which is 3 miles across to the unpopulated part. I'm not sure where I live on the Potomac River, and ask me how many times I've seen a Charles County fireboat. I've never seen one. I've been there 12 years, so I'm not sure where they're keeping it. But if you think we're dragging one over from Fredericksburg, getting one from Charles County, that's ridiculous. I mean, that's going to take a lot longer than it would be to get to us. So that's fine. I hope that the decision, if this doesn't pass, doesn't result in any loss of life. And I'll be on record doing what I think is the right thing.
Is there any other discussion?
Not a joke.
Yeah, Mr. Thomas.
I'm sorry, I did have another question now that we're past the small boat, which I think was a good move. This boat is going to be in the water, which is a new thing for us. Now, I assume that doesn't mean there's a crew sitting there. So when a call comes in, where does somebody have to drive from to get to the boat? I know we're saving time because we don't have to launch it. I'm not as familiar with that area. So
the larger boat for Ukiah Harbor Marina would be crewed by the crew from Station 9, Engine 9 at the entrance to the harbor.
And as far as operational costs, are we incurring like rental for a slip, things like that now that we considered the yearly maintenance costs?
We have had discussions with the marina regarding fees, and I think we'll come to a reasonable agreement on that.
So probably like 10% of the purchase price or something like that. I mean, are we talking $20,000 a year or $50,000 a year?
No, sir. I don't think it's going to be anywhere close to that.
Any further discussion? Thank you, Chief. I will just a couple comments. I have looked at these statistics very hard, and I really can't justify in my mind a fireboat. I think maybe a rescue boat might be a little bit different. We've actually only had 2 fires in the last 5.5 years that are water related. There is a fireboat sitting at Quantico. And I would entertain maybe in the future coming back for a rescue boat. I don't have an issue with that, but I just can't support this fireboat. So with that said, cast your votes. Tally the votes. Motion fails 4-3. Item number 19, Finance and Budget, Debt Capacity.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. I'm Nancy Collins, Budget Division Director. Marsha, am I doing it? No? Next slide. One of the things that we do each year in conjunction with the budget and the CIP is we update our debt capacity. The board's financial policies define the measures for our debt capacity. The first one is that outstanding debt will not exceed 3% of taxable assessed value of real estate. The next one is debt service will not be more than 10% of the budget, and it will not increase by more than the rolling 5-year average of the general fund revenues. So this slide shows where we are on assessed value. The dotted line shows our 3% limit, and then the bars show that we fall behind there. Next one. And then this is our 10% of the budget for debt service. You can see we're pretty close on that one, but we are below it. For a long time, that has been the one that constrained our affordability. And then the next slide. So now what constrains our affordability is the rise in the increase in our budget each year. Last year, this is the one that came to be the constraining factor. In the past, we'd had much higher growth in budget. So that's I told you. So now it's down to 2.3% for FY15. So there's one other thing. We also have to make some subjective assumptions about growth in future budgets because it's a 10-year CIP. In previous years, we'd had 3% growth in the outer years, but that's not what we've been seeing for the past few years. So we're pulling it back this year to 2.5% in the first couple of years, and then 2 3/4 in the outer years. So the result of that is that the debt capacity is lowered to $318 million for this 10-year period, which is a reduction from the adopted CIP, which is $327 million. Next slide. So again, those numbers. Projects included in the current adopted CIP, they fit in this new debt capacity. But there's no capacity for new projects until after FY22. So in order to increase the scope or add new projects in the earlier years, we would have to lower the scope of other projects or move other projects out. Next one. And then one project we wanted to talk about briefly to the board is the Courthouse Road project. The cost of that project has, our share of it has been increased.
Is that because the governor dumped that portion of the road off on the locality? It's a state road, right?
It is.
VDOT, yeah.
The VDOT's doing.
And the governor said, no, you guys pay for it. We're not doing it. We're going to, I think about the same time he was pledging $60 million for a trolley car or something in Arlington. You may not know that.
It's because the funding was reduced for the Exit 140 project.
Yeah, and he told us to pay for this part.
Yes.
So our portion of the increased portion is $4 million. And we've talked to you about the reduced fuels tax projections, and also we've just said that we're maximized with the debt capacity. So that's going to be a challenge that we're going to have to be working through. A county administrator has spoken with the VDOT's district administrator about the possibility of timing the payments, and has received possibility that we'll be able to work that out. We will resolve the issues by the time we bring the proposed CIP to the board in March. There's nothing, we're not asking for the board to take any steps today. The proposed CIP will come to the board with the proposed budget in March. I'll take any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Collins. Any questions from Ms. Collins? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Due to a time constraint, we need to be upstairs in ABC in like 10 minutes. Item number 20 will be moved to the December meeting. Item number 21, we will do you think we have time to discuss that? You think we have time to discuss?
Yeah, we have time. Take
Yeah,
some-
okay, let's discuss Stafford Technology and Research Park, and Mr. Mildy says 2 seconds. So I'll just extend that to 2 minutes. You go ahead. No, you got time. Go ahead, Mr. Mildy.
I'm going to let Tim just real quickly put him on the spot, but it's basically a letter of intent to hold a space. It won't cost us anything, and we'll make a real decision in January. Did I sum it up?
Yes, sir. That has summed it up well. Again, Tim Baruti, Deputy County Administrator. The Tech Park Board met all day at Richmond at the Bioscience Center and built consensus on a plan forward. Obviously, they want to come back to the board and ask for money. There's no, that's been an issue for some time. It's languished a bit, but they are working to get final numbers to paper and build consensus on that number and want to come back to the board in January. In the near term, we're hoping that the board can just basically concur with our efforts to work with the landlord at Quantico Corporate Center so that we can get a letter of intent executed. That's a binding agreement that would put the space aside and not let anybody else come in and take the space. No money is at risk. We could make that letter of intent contingent upon board funding, again, as Mr. Milday suggested, in January. So we just
Any
simply
questions? Ms. Sellers.
What happened to there's a private company that wanted that space. So what are we going to do to that private company?
I've had no interaction with that private company. I'm dealing directly with the landlord who owns the building.
I mean, that's just a concern of mine. If the whole goal of the research park was to facilitate private industry growth, and now we're competing with private. That's been the whole problem with that space. Has been there is somebody interested from the private sector who wants to take that space, and I don't understand the competition. And that's just kind of where I come from, and why we'd put a letter of intent when we could have a tenant there, building their brand, building their company.
We're happy to take the board's direction
Mr. Chair.
on that matter.
Yes, Mr. Thomas.
The landlord is also private industry, and so far they've shown a preference to wait to see us in there because they see more development, obviously, within their business. So I'm kind of glad, and I think we were surprised that they didn't take the offer from the other company. But for some reason, they really just buy into the vision of the Tech and Research Park, and they're willing to hold off for a couple more months with no financial commitment, which I think we were surprised by as well. So I don't know, Mr. Chair, if you need a motion or just to send to the board, whatever your pleasure.
I'll ask Mr. Baruti, do you want a motion on this?
Just a sense of the board that we can proceed to execute a letter of intent. Again, no money's at risk.
What's the consensus? Everybody okay?
We know I'm
Ms. Baumke?
Is the company that's looking at the space, are they within Stafford County and they're moving, or are they coming from out of the county or out of
actually a
state?
company, as far as I know. I think it's someone that's thinking about starting a company. They tried a little trick on us. They're the ones that sent you letters saying they were pretending to be just regular citizens a couple of months ago, saying they didn't think we should be involved in this. And we found out through a little Googling that they were basically trying to just keep us away from competing with them. But they had all kinds of time to sign a deal, and they just haven't done it. God knows we've been taking our time.
They do live in Stafford, though.
Microphone.
The folks here do live in North Stafford, so who've expressed interest. That's my concern. Is
Any other comments? Do we have a consensus? I see a consensus, Mr. Baruti. We'll move forward. With that said, we will adjourn until 7 p.m. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the November 17th, 7 p.m. Board of Supervisors meeting. I would like each one of you to stand. Ms. Baumke will lead us in prayer, and I'll lead you in the pledge.
Let us pray. Dear Heavenly Father, we are here today to represent the citizens of Stafford County. Lord, we seek your guidance in the business that is before us. In planning for the future, give us vision. In matters of finance, give us responsibility. And in dealing with people, give us love. Lord, we pray for the families in Paris and throughout the world that lost loved ones in this tragic and senseless act of violence on innocent people. We ask for your support of the families that lost loved ones in these horrific bombings as they grieve the loss of loved ones. Lord, we continue to ask for your support and prayer for our men and women in uniform across the world that continue to put their lives on the line so we can live a safer life here in Stafford County. As we salute our flag, let us remember it signifies purity, innocence, valor, bravery, vigilance, perseverance, and justice for all. May we now have a moment of silence in memory of the victims in the Paris bombings. Amen. To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Our first item of business this evening is public comment period. If anyone in the public would like to address the board on any subject, unless it is a public hearing this evening. If it is a public hearing, I would ask that you hold your comments until that public hearing comes forward. When you come to the podium, please state your name and address. You have 3 minutes. The light's on the right of the podium. The green means go. The yellow means you have about a minute left. The red means wrap up your remarks. I do have a couple speaker cards. And if I don't pronounce your name correctly, please forgive me. But I think it's Mr. Chuck Jenks. Yes, sir.
Good evening and thank you. My name is Chuck Jenks. I live off of Hope Road in Stafford County. I'm a public servant. I'm a business owner and a homeowner in Stafford County. Have you seen the Virginia Refugee Resettlement Program state plan? And have you read it? This plan authorizes the use of our Virginia taxpayer dollars to give away to refugees from the Middle East free transportation, free child care, free health care, free housing, free employment placement, and actually distributes cash directly to refugees from the Middle East. Section 2 of the plan explicitly states, quote, refugees, like all other Virginia residents, have the right to all benefits and services to which they are entitled and the right to access those benefits. This plan extends these rights to refugees for 60 months. That's 5 years. The Heritage Foundation reported that the federal government will spend $6.5 billion for 10,000 refugees. In a lifespan of just one refugee, this means the American taxpayer will foot the bill for $650,000 per refugee. It's no surprise that Governor McAuliffe just yesterday has sided with President Obama in stating that Virginia will continue to accept Middle Eastern refugees. I believe this is dangerous and political, and I believe it is in direct contradiction to the will of the people of the state of Virginia. Consequently, I propose a referendum that asserts that the county of Stafford will not participate in the refugee resettlement program and will not approve the relocation of refugees from the Middle East region within the borders of Stafford County. Whereas the Stafford County Board of Supervisors is the designated governing body authorized to use appropriate ordinances, resolutions, and police powers to protect the health, safety, and welfare of the citizens of the county, and the issue of resettlement of refugees from the Middle East is a matter of most urgent concern, because it involves vital issues of national security, terrorism, public health, and public safety, and the expenditure of taxpayer funds. Therefore, I request that it be resolved that the County Board of Supervisors will not approve or proceed with refugee resettlement program activities within the border of Stafford County. Furthermore, I suggest that any agreement or participation with these resettlement programs by Stafford County Board of Supervisors be rescinded immediately. I also ask that the Stafford County Board calls on all other Virginia public officials to immediately cease and desist from supporting the placement of refugees anywhere within the state of Virginia until the Virginia legislature convenes and passes legislation reflecting the will of the people of Virginia. Stafford County cannot afford to be fooled, not even once. Stafford County needs to stand up, draw the line, and say no to safe haven to Middle Eastern refugees. The flag outside this building is at half staff for France. I don't want it to be half staff for Virginia. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jenks. I have only one other speaker card. He's not here. Mr. Ken Grider? I don't see him in the audience. They're the only speaker cards I have. The other speaker cards are for public hearings, which will be held later this evening. With that said, is anyone on the right-hand side of the room would like to speak? Make a presentation to the board on any subject for up to 3 minutes? Seeing none, anyone on the left-hand side would like to speak? Seeing none, I bring it back to the board. Our first public hearing of the evening is item number 23, Public Works. Consider the condemnation and exercise of quick take powers in connection with the Aberley at Stafford Courthouse, the Aquia District. Mr. Rapp.
Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
It would be good form to suspend the bylaws prior to opening
I'm sorry, you're
presentation.
exactly right. My apologies. If I can find my cheat sheet that the county attorney so gracefully put out for me. Do I have a motion to suspend the bylaws for item number 23, 24, and 25? There is no discussion. Please cast your votes. Tally the votes. Motion passes 7-0. Thank you very much for bringing that to my attention. Mr. Rapp.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Christopher Rapp, Director of Public Works. Tonight we have a public hearing, South Campus Boulevard, Aberley at Stafford Courthouse. Tonight's public hearing was advertised in the paper and a letter sent to the property owners. The background report in the board packet does have more detailed information on each parcel, and it has been posted online as well. South Campus Boulevard is a planned collector road that will serve not only a proposed office complex and apartments, but will be part of a larger road network. It will also serve the proposed Stafford campus of Germanna Community College. This public road is to be located south of Hospital Center Boulevard and will connect Route 1 and Old Potomac Church Road. There were 2 prior rezoning actions where road improvements for this collector road were a proffered condition. One of those was Aberley at Stafford Courthouse. Here's an aerial photo of the 3 properties under consideration tonight. You can see Jefferson Davis Highway through the middle, and the South Campus Boulevard would extend eastward to Old Potomac Church Road. H.H. Hunt, the developer and applicant for Aberley at Stafford Courthouse, is currently acquiring right-of-way and easements. They have been unable to acquire the necessary right-of-way and easements from 3 property owners, despite good faith efforts. For the road project to move forward, the applicant has requested the county to assist. It was a proffer in the rezoning that allowed for the applicant to request the county to assist on this condemnation. As I mentioned, there's 3 properties under consideration. The first is parcel 38-88. There's a fee simple right-of-way and permanent storm drainage easement on the property. The applicant first met with the property owner on August 1st of 2014. They made multiple attempts to finalize an agreement. Then on July 30th of 2015, they sent an offer letter by certified letter with an appraisal with exhibits. It was a pretty extensive package. They have not received a counteroffer, and they've been unable to finalize an agreement. This is a close-up of part of the parcel.
Let's just look at that for a minute. So in this particular picture, the fee simple right-of-way becomes that property becomes part of the road, the turn lane.
Right away.
And then the yellow area becomes a permanent storm drainage easement. Will that be grass, rock? What becomes of that?
It would likely be graded and be grass.
But everything inside of the blue, it says in the key that would be also condemned. They're trying to take the whole property also?
No, it's the light blue, just the light blue sliver there. along
Okay.
the road.
Because your outline in blue says proposed condemnation. It seems to outline the entire parcel.
That's outlining the entire parcel, but
That's
it's
not under
just,
consideration.
No, sir.
Okay, so, all right, thank you.
The second parcel, 39-16D, from this property, for the road project, a permanent site distance easement is needed and a permanent storm drainage easement. The applicant first sent a letter on July 18th and then sent another offer letter with by certified mail with an appraisal on July 30th. They have attempted to negotiate with the landowner. They have met with the landowner and emailed back and forth several times, but have been unable to finalize an agreement. And this is an overview of their property.
Okay, so also, let's look at this for a minute. So also, again, the blue line is not the proposed condemnation. The blue line is the lot line. It's the site, this permanent site distance easement means they just need to cut down the trees and keep them cut down, right?
Yes, sir.
But they need to retain ownership of that in order to do that, or it becomes part of VDOT right away?
It's going to be an easement that would
ultimately use the road, turn into the...
It would be part of the owner's property.
And did you tell me the offer on the, are you allowed to tell us? I think I saw it in the background. The offers that have been made, for instance, on this, is that appropriate, Madam Attorney?
It's in the board packet.
I know, but I just want to make sure it's not...
Yes, Supervisor Miller, it is appropriated as part of the...
What was it? What's the greatest offer made on these two easements?
$10,560.
And what's the cumulative acreage on this? Approximately, roughly. I know it's here. Not even 2,000 square feet. That's 1/20th of an acre.
An acre is around 43,000 square feet.
All right, thanks.
And then the third property is parcel 39-8B. There's some storm drainage easement required on this. This is a very small easement. It just nips the corner of the parcel. The initial correspondence began at the end of 2014. There's been multiple meetings, and then on July 30th, a certified letter with appraisal was sent.
What did they offer for 81 square feet?
And this was $300.
That's what they offered?
Yes, sir.
I spent more than that making the offer. Can I see a picture? All right. What did they on the first one? Just so what was the offer on the first one? What was the acreage on the first one? I didn't memorize it. I can look at my. It's easier for you to go back here than it is for me to dig around on this board package.
I believe it was about $1,600.
And how much is the acreage on that one? Or square feet?
It was approximately about the same as the second one.
About 1,800. Okay, thank you.
H.H. Hunt, the applicant, has advised the county that they have been unable to complete the acquisitions, and it's delaying the approval of their site plan for the Aberley at Stafford Courthouse. This in turn has also delayed the county's acquiring the property for the future Jumana Community College, which is adjacent the development. The applicant shall pay all costs associated with these three acquisition of these three properties or easements thereof. And no county funds will be expended for these acquisitions. And staff recommends approval of the three resolutions before you tonight, which would authorize exercise of county's quick take powers.
Just looking at this, the easements that are being requested look like even in a site plan approval process, we would have asked for more land than is being taken. Is that true?
I do know there was discussion with some of the property owners about the effect of future development, and these would be within setback areas. If they were to build something, these easements really wouldn't be able to be built on because they're within a setback.
Understood. Thank you.
Any other questions for Mr. Rapp? Thank you, Mr. Rapp. This time I will open the public hearing. Anyone wishing to speak for or against, this is your time to come forward. You have 3 minutes. Please state your name and address. The green light will just go. The yellow light, you mean I have about a minute left, and the red light means your time is up. So with that said, I have no speaker cards. Anyone on the right-hand side of the room would like to address the board on this subject? Anyone on the left? Mr. Gay.
My name is Gordon Gay. I represent Ms. Maxon, and this seems to be a private enterprise which comes into the county and says, I want to do business. Talks to the landowners. They don't want to sell. Now, we're using the power of the government to forcefully take property for our private enterprise. You're all aware of the Keogh case that has had ramifications all over the country. The state of Virginia has tried to take steps to avoid taking of private property for other private property uses. Not public, but private enterprise. It's like reaching over to your neighbor and taking what's not yours with the force of government. We don't think this is the proper way to do this. There's been offer, and if that's, when the offer is sufficient, the property will deed it to the applicant. But it should not be forcefully done. It should be by arbitration or by negotiation, but not by the mere taking by the government.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else on my left wish to address the board on this issue, either for or against? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board. This is the Acquia District, Mr. Mildy.
Mr. Chair, I'm going to, we suspended bylaws because this is time sensitive, correct?
Correct.
So, we had more time, I might send the one person that bothered to show up back to the drawing board. But, or we had even had a chance to have a conversation with you, which wouldn't have been appropriate. I would have told you that we don't quite see it that way. It's just part of a road network that we've agreed upon establishing, and to serve several uses, not just private development, but of course the hospital and the college. So I'll move resolution 15-344.
I have a motion for resolution 15-344. Do I have a second? Second. Any discussion? Cast your votes. Tally the vote. Motion passes 5-2. Mr. Mildy, resolution R15-351.
I'll move approval.
I have a motion and approval. Do I have discussion? No discussion. Cast your votes. Tally the vote. Motion passes 5-2. Resolution 15-352, Mr. Mildy.
Move approval.
And I have a second. Any discussion? Cast your votes. Tally the votes. Motion passes 5-2. Item number 24, Public Works. Consider the condemnation and exercise of quick take powers in connection with the Garrisonville Road widening project. We suspended the bylaws for 23, 24, and 25. This is in the Garrisonville, Griffiths, Widewater districts. There are, I believe, 23 different pieces of property.
21.
21, my apologies. We will combine it into one public hearing, but we will vote individually on each parcel. Mr. Rapp.
Good evening. Christopher Rapp, Director of Public Works. Tonight's public hearing was advertised and letters were sent to each property owner. Before I begin, I wanted to mention that additional details of each parcel is in the board packet, which is posted online. This project was identified as part of the 2008 Transportation Bond Referendum. The main goals are to improve road safety and reduction in roadway congestion. The project will expand the road, Garrisonville Road, to 6 lanes with applicable turn lanes. This is a PPTA, Public-Private Transportation Act project, where the county executed a design-build agreement in August of 2013 with Branch Highways, and Branch Highways has a schedule as part of that agreement. The utility relocation will begin in January. They've attempted to negotiate with the property owners through Rinker Design Associates, the design engineer. We have not been able to get agreements with 21 properties. We need to provide access to the properties by December in order to avoid any delay claims from Branch. The construction is, the utility relocation would be begin in January, and then construction for the road would begin in August after utility relocation. Tonight's public hearing, as just mentioned, is to consider condemnation and quick take for 21 properties, and that would be the easements and right-of-way along the roadway. For these properties, cumulatively, it would be about 42,000 square feet of right-of-way and 154,000 square feet of permanent easement. Both county staff and the negotiating consultant, RDA, have attempted to resolve all monetary and project impact issues and met with quite a few property owners. And we will also continue to negotiate with property owners. Before you is a list of the, there's 18 property owners, 21 properties. And this is an air photo of the properties. We have settled with 18 property owners. There's 39 total, and we've settled with 18. A lot of the ones we've settled with are to the east, so not all of the project boundaries are shown, but this is the part where we're considering tonight the different properties. So the first property is a condominium, Stafford Point condominium, and there's actually, it's commercial, yes sir. And there's actually 24 different owners of this condominium association. And they actually have said that they don't have an objection to the offer amount, but they want to wait and see how the construction proceeds. So they've agreed to a cooperative taking to avoid delaying the project. The second property is Wawa. We provided a offer in August, and we have yet to receive a response to our offer.
Can you put that overlay back up, please? So you're going to take all that in front. There was a lot of discussion, negotiation, proffers to put all that screening in that's now going to disappear. Is that going to go back in some fashion?
If we can fit it in some way, and sometimes there might not be a way to fit it in, the landscaping.
Okay.
The next two properties are owned by the same property owner. An offer was made on August 7th. The property owner has made a counteroffer. It was excessive based on the assessed value of the property and market value for similarly zoned properties. We have been negotiating with the owner, but she's been out of the country quite a bit. She has returned on November 4th. She returned, and we continued to negotiate. And then the next two properties are owned by the same owners. County staff met with the owner's engineer in an attempt to satisfy their concerns about future development on the property, but we've yet to been able to come to an agreement. And the next property here. We've also met with the property owner and made several changes to the plans in an attempt to satisfy his concerns. Unfortunately, we've still been unable to come to a resolution. The next one, parcel 2109A. We provided answers to the property owner's questions, but we haven't received any response. We've continued to try to reach out, but no response. This property is probably better known as Mike's Diner. This property does have a building that's a restaurant that will potentially be taken due to the we've tried to design it to where the building would not need to be, or it could remain, but it's the road, the slopes, the proximity of the road. It's just one where it would be very difficult to keep the building. But we have reached out to the owners, and the owner has an attorney, and we've tried to provide the answers to their concerns, but we haven't received any response from the owner or his attorney.
Mr. Chairman, I have a question.
Colors.
Okay, for Mike's Diner, I have a question about these two, this one and the previous one. With Mike's Diner, when you say it's a total take, what does that mean exactly? What's going to happen to the property when we take that?
So we would not take the entire property. We would take the building that would potentially be torn down, and then the rest of the property would be developed. It would be a rather small parcel, but a small low intensive use building could possibly replace the existing building potentially.
So will it stay within the same ownership?
That's part of what we're negotiating, but we haven't really received a response from the owner at all. We're trying to negotiate, but we just haven't received a response.
Well, my understanding is they believe it's a total take, and so to them it means they're losing their whole property. I mean, if you take the building, if you take the parking in the front, all that's left of Mike's Diner is the dumpster in the back and maybe 3 parking spots. That's it. And so to them, it's a total take. And so the questions that I've been asked is, well, really, I asked them the questions. What do you want done with the building? What are you going to do with the property? And they said they didn't even know that was part of the negotiations. So I don't know who you're even speaking to, but we need to get that they need to be at the table, and we need to have these conversation about what's happening.
Yeah, we welcome that.
And then my question is, when we do total take it, this is a business, a staple of North Stafford. What are we doing for that business? I mean, this is where we go in North Stafford. It's a local place. How are we helping them, and how are we not just giving them money for the property? What are we doing to give them to pay for the lost revenue?
So that is part of the negotiations, and we do have certain requirements that we need to meet. We also have, our consultant has relocation services they can provide to attempt to find another location for the restaurant.
Okay, those are just my main concerns with that one. And then I'd love to see what the project's going to look like at the end as well. And I don't think that was in the board package that I can remember, but what's this going to look like? And are these turn lanes that are creating this problem, and can we shorten some of that? Anything, can we decrease the scope of this and not take so much of these two properties and impact them in this dramatic way?
On Mike's Diner, we've spent a considerable amount of time. It has some real difficulties, especially with the depth and the slopes there. There's a possibility of putting in a retaining wall, using the building. A lot of parking would be lost, so it's doubtful it could remain a restaurant just viably, but maybe a lower intensive use could be in the building, like an office.
Okay.
So there's opportunities to try to keep the building, but we welcome the chance to talk to the owner.
Okay. Thanks.
And then the next two properties are owned by the same owner. We have been in negotiations with her. She's been out of state. She returned today. And we did update our offer to include several other items, increase the amount, but we've been unable to reach an agreement at this time. Parcel 2105 made an offer in August, and we haven't really, we made repeated attempts to contact the owner, but haven't really heard from them since October 5th. And the next parcel, the property owner for this parcel has actually agreed to the amount. They're waiting on their lender for a release. Oftentimes, property owners will sign the agreement and then we'll get a release afterwards. But in this case, they want to get a release beforehand. So they're not saying no, but we're just right now at the mercy of their bank and we've been waiting quite a while to hear back from them. Parcel 2107, and the property owners have indicated they want to see how the negotiations go with another parcel. And then parcel 20VV-2, the property owner feels like this will impact their business, so they've put in a request for about $1.2 million for lost profits, and then that has been submitted to VDOT for review. And 20VV1, that's a similar circumstance. The property owners put in a request for lost profits, and that's been submitted to VDOT. The Knight property, we made an offer on August 7th. Unfortunately, the county's been unable to reach a settlement. We increased the offer amount, but we still don't have an agreement. We haven't really heard back from them since October. Parcel 20PP5. We made an offer in August. We increased that offer based on some landscaping and irrigation, and then they've verbally agreed, but we still have not come to a conclusion. Parcel 20-99. We've answered the landowners' questions, but really haven't heard back from them for quite a while. Parcel 2098. The landowner has not provided a counteroffer. We made multiple attempts to contact him, but haven't heard back since mid-September. And parcel 2096B, our consultant has worked to address the owner's concerns, and in this case, they also want to just wait and see what other people settle for. So in conclusion, there's 21 properties. County staff and our negotiating team have spent quite a while negotiating with property owners. We have managed to get agreements from 18 property owners, but there's 21 properties that remain. If we need to obtain the access to the property, so the branch highways, the contractor who's already under contract, can begin utility relocation. And I'll be glad to answer any questions.
Any questions for Mr. Rapp? Yes, Ms. Sellers.
Sorry, 20VV1 and 20VV2. What? Those are relatively new office buildings, and so when they came to the county, was it not discussed that this was in the works? Was the right-of-way not negotiated? Did we not talk about that? No, we don't.
Sorry, I can't
find
out for you.
Time, but yeah, I know he's still kind of new.
They could have been zoned a long time ago.
Yeah, that's true. And they have a stoplight there, correct? At Center Street? They do, right? Because part of the argument for the increased cost is that the median's going to impact their business, but they have a stoplight right there turning into that. Okay, thanks.
Any other questions, Mr. Rapp? Thank you, sir. This time I will open the public hearing. We'll start on the right side of the room. I do not have any speaker cards on this issue, but if there's anyone on the right side, please come forward. State your name and address. You have 3 minutes to address the board. Yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman, I'm Sherman Patrick. I work for Compton and Dooling. I'm here this evening representing Garrisonville LLC. They're the owners of a property that are located along the stretch of Garrisonville Road that we're discussing right now. I'm here and I'm going to talk kind of fast because I only have 3 minutes, and there's a whole lot to cover here. There's a lot of history that or a lot of comment that has been made that I don't think is substantiated. I heard a lot about property owners that are not being responsive. My client has met with various county staff representatives as well as the contractor on this case multiple times and has not been able to get answers to very basic questions that he has raised. Let me back up for just a second and talk about this process. When you build a highway, there are really two parts to building a new highway. One is the transportation element, and I think that's getting a lot of attention from staff. That has to do with what they generally refer to as throughput. That's getting the cars through. Just get the cars through as fast as you can. But there's another element that you all have to be concerned about, and that's maintaining the economic viability of the businesses and the properties that remain. And in this instance, I would assert that the economic viability has not been given any attention at all, as in the example Supervisor Sellers pointed out with the restaurant that might be used for some lower intensity use. When in fact, what you do when you don't take those things into account is that you leave properties crippled. You create blighted corridors because you're not planning ahead and you're not thinking about the appearance of the corridor and the functioning of the corridor and its purpose as providing access to those businesses. So I think that element has been totally left out of this process. There was a mention that there's been discussion of this highway improvement since 2008. It doesn't matter how long staff has been thinking about it or considering it. The issue is when did it become public? When did these business owners get notice that they were going to be impacted in the way that they are? And then once they are impacted, what does that mean to them? Are their buildings becoming lawfully non-conforming? If they don't meet setback requirements, they don't meet HCOD requirements, if you look at your zoning ordinance, you'll see that if those buildings are destroyed by casualty, they can't be rebuilt. Again, it's creating blight. You'll see also that they're not allowed to expand if they don't comply with setback requirements. You're creating blight. You're dooming these properties, you're crippling them, and they're not going to survive. So the viability element of this needs to be looked at, and needs to be looked at very thoroughly and carefully. My client has not been able to get answers to those things that I've mentioned. There are design issues as well about circulation once you get off of the road and into the property. Sometimes these cars are being shot off the road and into a parking lot where there are pedestrians and where there is parking within 20 feet of the road. There is not adequate access for the people to get to a safe from their cars to the fronts of the buildings so that they can do the business there. And when property owners are contacted and they are asked to respond to something like this, these business owners are expert at the businesses that they operate. They're not experts at dealing with highway projects, and they're not experts at dealing with the county and responding to these kinds of things. So they need more time. So notwithstanding the urgency that has been imposed upon this because of the PPTA.
Sir, I'd ask you to wrap up your comments.
Yes, sir. These property owners simply need more time to digest and understand and know what their options are and to understand what the impacts are, and staff needs to help them with that.
Thank you very much, sir. Anyone else on my right wishing to address the board? Anyone on my left wish to address the board? Yes, sir. Please come forward, state your name and address.
My name is Jerry Morton, 21 Windover Court. Me and my wife own parcel 20-107, known as the Garrisonville Meineke. Our biggest problem with the process that the county's going through is our assessed taxes are at $20 a square foot, and the best the county wants to do is $19 a square foot. We've come back and tried to negotiate for right around 20 to 21, and flat turned down no. We also are going to have a meeting in front of our building. Our entrance is actually on 9 Dorothy Lane, which goes into a housing area. Well, that housing area is going to be cut off where you're coming from 95. You used to be able to turn right in front of my store into the housing area, which is Stonehill Development. Once this project is done, there's no turn lane there. All my customers coming from the north are going to have to go up and make a U-turn to come back to my store. Therefore, I feel like I have lost revenue due to that, which the county doesn't want to, discuss with. So how are we able to negotiate with the county when they don't really have an open mind? I mean, wouldn't it be fair to at least pay me what I pay the county in taxes per square foot? They're not even willing to negotiate that. So I would reconsider doing that as far as, I service over 7,000 cars a year. 90% of my business does come from the Sheldon Shop Road in the morning time because everybody's going to DC for business. But the majority of them coming back in the evenings to pick up their cars. That means they're going to be making U-turns at the Wawa light all day long to get back into my one. I average 200 cars a week, and 90% of my business is going to be making U-turns at the Wawa gas station to get back there. People that live in Stonehill Estates, instead of going down the road, I forget what the name of the road is, to go back into the back entrance, they're going to be making U-turns. So as far as the layout goes, I don't think it's a very smart layout, and as well as restricting my business, I think we are going to have a little bit of hardship on that. So please consider that when you look at this.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else on my left wishing to speak? Seeing none, I close the public hearing, bring it back to the board. I'm not sure which district each one of these are in because it doesn't show. And it
should all be in Garrison.
It says Garrisonville, Griffiths, Widewater.
Before we
Yes, go ahead.
Well, I got a question. It's more for the county attorney. When we're authorizing a quick take, that doesn't set the price at whatever the county has offered in the past. In fact, there's no price. If it could come to, we continue to negotiate, but if we can't reach resolution, the courts will decide what the fair value is. So if it's $20, $24, $30, and it would include lost revenue, et cetera. Is that correct?
Mr. Sterling, in the resolution, the board approves what this would consider the fair market value by the appraisers. However, there is a chance to contest the valuation in the court once the paperwork is filed.
So we are approving what we're offering, essentially what we're still going to offer. They don't have to accept it.
That's correct.
They can say, no, we disagree, and the courts will decide that.
That's correct. What we offer is what we're required to offer under the code based on assessed values. I believe they're in 2014 or 2015.
Can the staff address, if you said by assessed values, one gentleman said, hey, you're not even paying me what the assessed value is. Can you address that?
Yes, sir. For all of the parcels tonight, a full appraisal was done. And so that is, the offer amount is based on the appraisals, which includes surrounding equivalent properties.
So the appraisal is less than the assessed? That's correct. Wow, you usually don't hear that. Send a note to the commissioner.
Yes, Mr. Mildy.
Can you tell us a little bit about the notice that was given on these? Now, a lot of us worked on the PPTA on this for a long time, so some of us up here have been extremely familiar with this project, and I'll talk a minute about some of the VDOT requirements that were mentioned. But when did because we had public meetings, this has been on our books and the plans have been out for a long time, years. I wonder when the owners of these properties were notified that.
For the public hearing tonight?
No, at all. When was it? When would their first opportunity? The first opportunity to find out that there's a road project going on in front of their property.
I need to reference my.
Okay.
Mr. Snellings?
Let him answer that question, Ms. Bonk, and I'll come back to you. I don't want to bombard him here.
There was a public hearing on May 5th of 2011.
But when did they first receive a letter saying, this is what we're going to take from you?
Or even that there was that we're working on your boundaries could be affected. That would be. I assume we wouldn't know. We wouldn't have known then.
Well, so after the design, RDA sent out letters, offer letters in August of 2015.
Do you understand what I'm asking? When was, or what Cord's asking? Was that the first time anyone got a letter? I guess that's the question.
Specifically, yes, because the public hearing, it was more general information, and then after the design,
Sure.
and we got the.
I understand that once you had a design, you knew exactly what you wanted. I'm not asking that. I'm asking if there was a time before that you notified the landowners that this process was going on. I'm just wondering.
August of 2015 was when we first sent letters to the individual property owners.
What happened in May? What were you saying happened before that?
That was a public hearing for the public in general on the road project in May of 2011, and there was another one in 2014.
Okay, so, but you would have had to seen a sign or read the newspaper to know about that?
Correct.
Okay. And do you want to talk a little bit about the VDOT? Is that your area, VDOT requirements, those barricades? Just some of you that talked about them, they're not the only ones that are bothered by them, and we're doing the same thing out here in front of the courthouse. We're going to have to put a barricade through the middle of Route 1 to improve traffic flow, and it's going to cut off everyone from getting across the road. But how do we arrive at those decisions? My understanding is that they're given to us by VDOT, they're not negotiable for us.
There is a median in this project to limit turning actions to improve safety. So the turning actions are more at the intersections, and VDOT, this does have to go through VDOT review and approval.
Is it designed to a VDOT standard, or did somebody just decide they want?
No, it's designed to a VDOT standard.
Okay. And let's talk about the time constraints one more time. We're under contract. What happens if we don't make a decision today to free up the right of way? What if we wait a month or two?
So the contract branches move the schedule back a couple weeks. The contract, we need to provide free and clear access by the end of December. That would include any purchase agreements, if there were any certificates of take, filing them with the courts, and any monetary.
How long does that take? Our next meeting is December 15th, correct? So how long does that take?
I've spoken with the county attorney's office, and it would, with holidays and all, a couple of weeks, a number of days.
A number of days gets us what, December 20th? That's by the end of December. I mean, is it doable? Okay, so it's doable.
Ms. Bumke?
Okay, help me out. I'm a little confused. Mr. Sterling asked Ms. McClendon about the notice, but then how do we go that we're going to be compensating somebody in the resolution based on the dollar amount of the assessed valuation, or whatever the number is we end up negotiating? But how do we go about compensating somebody for the loss of business? Who makes a determination of what that number is?
Supervisor Sellers, Rinker Design has been the one who has been our condemnation or acquisition consultant. They follow the formula that is laid out by the state code. So that information should be included in the valuation that has been provided to the board.
But is that in each individual resolution? I didn't see that in there.
It's not typically broken down by cost. We give a total number, but if the detailed information was provided from Mr. Rapp from Public Works that Rinker provided to him, it should be itemized in that way.
But if the owner disagrees, the courts would decide that, correct?
That is correct. They do have the ability to contest the valuation.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Mr. Mildy?
Remind me the total cost of this contract, this PPTA?
It's $13 million.
But doesn't that combine with Truslow, or is this by itself?
It's by itself.
By itself, yes. The contract is for both projects, but that dollar amount is just Garrisonville.
So I think we see where this is going. We have just a small amount of time, possibly, but the overall big picture is just, of course, that what we're trying to do, if it's not obvious, is try to move traffic better on 610. So, we're continually doing improvements to that corridor, and if you drive that, and you all do, it's a mess during rush hour hours. I've never seen anything get worse as quick as it has up there. So that's what we're trying to do without stepping on toes. Thanks.
Any other questions for Mr. Rapp? I have a couple. If we fail to meet the deadline, what is the penalty?
Branch has provided that number, and it's at least $4,000 a day.
$4,000 a day, that include holidays and weekends?
That is working days.
Working days, okay.
If you don't meet, if we didn't do anything in December and then we couldn't close on it, you're looking, mid-January before the board will have its next meeting, so you're going to lose 20 days.
Yeah.
I don't think you need to act today based on county administrator, but we're going to have to act in December.
Mr. Thomas.
My question builds off of the chairman's question. So it sounds to me like the letters went out in August and somebody assumed we could negotiate on all these projects in 3 months. Who decided that was going to be enough time? Was it the design build firm or was it Stafford County?
The design build firm provided the county the schedule, and the county agreed to the schedule.
In the future, I think that was a bad move because 3 months, I haven't seen this many come before us ever. And hindsight being 20/20, which it always is, I definitely think that's the major problem. I don't like having to sit here and feel like I need to make a decision because of a $4,000 a day penalty versus doing the right thing, which I hope, is going to be taking some time to work out some kinks here. So I was just curious where that 3 months came from.
Go ahead, Ms. Sellers.
More of a procedural question. If we defer this, can we defer them as one, or do we need to go through each individual resolution and defer it?
Ms. Sellers, if the board's desire is to defer every single parcel, then you can make one resolution to defer the whole matter.
Any further questions from Mr. Rapp? One concern I do have before the motion for deferral, I am very concerned about offering someone a price for less than the appraised value. Assessed value. I mean, if someone came to me and said the Commissioner of Revenue is assessed your property at $20 and you come back and say I'm off you 19, that doesn't make sense, because I've always felt or was told that assessed value was a little bit less than appraised value. So I think you need to look at that during this 2-week time frame. And with that, I'll entertain a motion.
So moved.
Is that a motion for?
Until the December meeting.
Motion to defer to the December meeting. I have a second. I have a second. Any further discussion? Cast your votes. Tally the vote. Motion passes 7-0. The items are deferred. Item number 25. Authorize the condemnation and exercise of quick take powers to acquire permanent utility and temporary construction easements in connection with the Sanford Drive to Old Forge Drive Waterline Improvement Project. George Washington District. Mr. Smith.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. My name is Mike Smith. I'm the Director of Utilities. Tonight we'll be talking about condemnation in connection with the Sanford Old Forge Waterline Project. This project is included in our 2006 Water and Sewer Master Plan and has been in our CIP since 2009. The developer dedicated an easement in Rappahannock Landing Section 1 as part of the development process based on the preliminary design of our project. When work on the final design began, it was noted that the developer had installed improvements such as fences and monument signs in that easement that was dedicated. When the obstructions were noted, we worked with the developer to find a new location for that easement. We worked with the developer's engineer throughout the process. Our final design was completed with the input from the design professional, as I mentioned. The board considered and approved the vacation of the previous easement at a public hearing on January 22nd, 2013. It has not been recorded to date, but it was approved by the Board of Supervisors. Staff has been working with the developer to obtain the agreed upon easement since that time in 2013. The initial construction plan submitted by the developer showed the easements, but since has been removed since we had some problems. This is a graphic that shows both the existing easement and the proposed easement. The existing easement is in red. You'll note there's a short area in between where the water line is and where the red line begins. We can obtain that easement from the developer. He has said that he would provide that for us. The blue line and yellow line combined, the blue line is the proposed easement, which was bid. The yellow line is a temporary construction easement. The problems with the red line is the obstructions that I mentioned and the proximity to the homes. The fence that you see in this picture is on our easement. You'll also note that the homes are very near to the easement. I'm sure you've all seen pictures of 30-inch water lines that have broken in Washington, D.C., and they take out entire streets. If you can imagine a water line breaking in this area, it would possibly undermine the home and definitely flood it. This is one of our concerns for maintenance in the future. This is the opposite side. You can see there's a fence there as well. And this is along the street coming down the hill in that L. And you can see that there's additional fencing and the monument sign. Our project manager worked with the developer to obtain these easements throughout the design. With the assurance that we would be granted the proposed easement, we went ahead and bid the project to keep it moving. A meeting was held in February with the developer to discuss adding the installation of sanitary sewer to their grading plans. We generally don't put sanitary sewer on grading plans, but we allowed them to install that since there's a lot of issues with grade. At that time, the developer also discussed coordination of the water line, including sleeves under the roads. They suggested we have sleeves put under the roads. We thought that was a good idea. We discussed with them that we had the sleeves available and we would provide them. Evidently, there was a misunderstanding and they felt that we were going to pay their contractor for doing the installation. In June, when we met with the developer, they asked for that payment for the sleeves. We told them that we didn't quite understand that was the way it was supposed to be, but we were fine with that. We couldn't pay their contractor directly because that goes against our procurement regulations. We have to go through a bid process, but we could pay them as part of the easement acquisition process, and then they could pay their contractor. When I discussed this with the owner, he said he would rather we use the previous easement and asked that we consider that alignment. So we went back to our engineer and we asked him to go back and look at that alignment and see if we could actually use that alignment. We had some issues with, we have to flush that line, and the proposed alignment lines up right with a pond where we could flush it into. So we had some difficulties with the flushing. We would have to use another line that comes down that they installed. We had concerns about the degradation of that line. We were also concerned that it could handle the flow. We went ahead and had an appraisal done. The appraisal offered $17,780. That we found out after we made the offer that the appraisal was for 20% of the permanent easement. We generally offer 30%, so we revised our offer to $25,000. The developer again requested that we move to the old easement, and he agreed that he would go back and remove all the fences out of the easement, and he would talk to all the current residents of the waterline project. And as I said, he also agreed to give us the easement on the left side. We still believe the best avenue for this water line for future maintenance is the proposed easement. Currently, it'll go along the roadway through a parking lot and under a creek. If there's a break, I'd much rather it disturb the parking lot than a home, so we just believe that it's better for the county to have it in the proposed easement. The developer did have some concerns. There's an existing easement that is available for use. As I've mentioned, I've also mentioned the reasons that we have decided we would not like to use that. The sleeves were also their concern because it would cause obstructions. They say it will block their streets during construction, and it will affect the sales of their homes and cause delays and could cause additional liability to the county if we are doing construction while they are trying to sell their homes. This is another view of the lines. You'll note the blue line that they have proposed to give us. Let's see if I can get this to work. This would be one street crossing, this would be a second street crossing, and this would be a third street crossing if we went on their proposed easement. On the existing easement, for their easement, we would have 4 street crossings, one there, there, and there. So there would be one less street crossing going by the existing easement. However, those are the main roads coming in. They're wider, so the actual cost of the street crossings, I believe, would be about the same. This is a view of their property. They showed it from the top where our line was, but you can see as we do each road, for instance, Landing Drive, we would install it in that area. They would still have access through Streamview Drive and then to come across so they could get into any part of their subdivision as we did each road. So as we went through and installed a sleeve and the pipe in each road, they would still have access to their subdivision to continue construction. These are pictures showing the current state of the area. You can see it's all under construction. Our construction activities would not decrease the value because it wouldn't keep anybody from buying a home because it would look just like the current construction area. The longer we wait to move forward and install our pipe, the more they'll finish up their project. They'll get their pavement in, they'll get their parking lot down, they'll work on their community buildings and their houses, and then if we're in there, it would cause additional problems. That's why we wanted to move forward now, go ahead and get the pipe in. We've talked to our contractor who's already building from Stafford up, and he has agreed to remobilize and move up to this area, and he can begin putting these improvements in right now. We will have to have a small change order for additional costs for the mobilization, but he has agreed to make that change. As I said, in order to move this project forward, we recommend approval of the proposed resolution, which will authorize condemnation and quick take, and this will be to put in the permanent water, sewer, and temporary construction easements on the property. We'll continue to work with the developer to try to expedite this portion of the project and get it done before his construction activities are complete, and we will work to try to coordinate these activities. Are there any questions?
Any questions for Mr. Smith? Seeing none, thank you, Mr. Smith.
Thank you.
This time I'll open the public hearing. Anyone who wants to speak for or against, I do have one speaker card, Mr. Michael Coughlin, I'm sorry.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, I'm Michael Coughlin here on behalf of Kettler, the developer of the property. There are two sides to every story. And so I'm not here to get into much of an engineering discussion or a he said, she said, but I'd like to characterize Kettler's involvement in this project as, first of all, accommodating a regional project and accommodating in the initial development of the plans, the initial easement location that was ultimately dedicated and has been recorded. And it is our client's position that that original easement is the best route to go given the facts on the ground now. Nonetheless, when the county proposed a new alignment, our client, being a developer, looked at it, analyzed it, provided some comments, and started to work to accommodate that new alignment. But as a condition of getting their early grading plan approved, what was proposed by county staff and taped to the approved plan was a note. And that note I've recited in the letter that I've circulated to all of you, which in essence says that the county will pay for installing the sleeves under the roads that are going to be crossed by the new alignment. The cost to install those sleeves is something that should be borne by the county. This is a county project. It's a regional line that's not really serving this project directly, and that total cost is between $175,000 to $200,000. And the county agreed to pay for that cost. They put it on the plans. The plans were approved. But when the time came for the payment to come or some sort of coordination to happen in terms of figuring out how to pay for it, ultimately the communication from county staff was no, we're not going to pay for it. And that's really why we're here today, because our client then proceeded forward under the impression that, all right, the county is going to use the existing easement. So I'd like to now turn your attention to the graphic that's been handed out. It was actually one of the diagrams that was put up there. What it shows is in red the original easement location, and then in green the proposed easement location. Going from east to west, there are 4 street crossings that are required under the new alignment. One of the crossings, the county is actually putting a sleeve in at this point in time because we notified them we were about to start paving the road. You ought to put the sleeve in, and the county is moving forward with that. The next crossing, that's a paved road where our client is contractually obligated to deliver lots to a home builder. That line is actually going to come pretty close to homes, just like the existing route that has been discussed. When you then move over to the next road, this is Streamview Drive. In that location, because of the grade,
Mr. Coughlin,
you have to go.
You're going to have to kind of wrap it up.
Understood. But this is a big issue for the board.
I know it's a big issue, but it's a public hearing.
It's an expensive issue.
I have to be fair for everyone.
Understood.
Thank you.
The depth of that line in that location is 30 feet because you have to go under other utilities. Our client, to this date, can't really figure out how exactly the county is going to construct that or the contractor is going to construct that. So I submit to you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, the new alignment that's been proposed will be much more expensive, is just flat out impractical, when instead what you have is an existing easement in green space, and our client's willing to make that easement work. And so we ask that the board either deny the quick take action or defer this action so that more discussions can occur between our client and the utilities department, and we figure out a solution to this that actually makes sense.
Thank you, Mr. Coughlin. Anyone else on my right like to address the board for or against? Anyone on my left? Seeing none, I bring it back to the board. Mr. Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The sleeve issue, how much money that is and who needs to be reimbursed for that, I would entertain, having a meeting over that. But I don't think that takes away from the fact that after spending considerable time today with staff and listening to over nearly 3 years now, the kind of the out of the ordinary things that staff has done to try to make this work, additional design dollars that it cost us to consider the old easement after we all kind of agreed it was abandoned. And the way I see this, the longer we wait, the more disruptive it will be to, trying to sell these new homes. So for me, I think that a delay would probably not be in the best interest of us or somebody who's trying to sell these lots. 51 existing homes as I count it here. I'm pretty sure I'm going to get a lot more nasty calls from 51 people when we're digging a 30-foot hole in their backyard than going through this green space where there are no homes yet. So for me, the more I looked at this, I can't see why the staff's chosen easement is probably by far the best way. So with that, I'm going to move R15-273 and ask for the board's approval.
I have a motion for approval. Do I have a second?
Mr. Chairman, may I interject? I don't believe you closed the public hearing.
Oh, my apologies. Thank you very much. At this time, I will close the public hearing. I do have a motion for approval. Do I have a second? Second from Mr. Sterling. Any discussion? Cast your votes. Tally the votes. Motion passes 6-1. Item number 26, County Administration, consider amending the county solid waste ordinance. Proposed ordinance O15-40 for approval. Proposed resolution R15-39 in denial. Go ahead.
Chairman, members of the board, Keith Dayton, Deputy County Administrator, here to speak to the board this evening about proposed ordinance O15-40. A little bit of background, construction of our new cell, F2, has proceeded very well. We are scheduled to be operational in December. We expect construction to wrap up this month, and it'll take us probably a couple, 3 weeks to working with Department of Environmental Quality to get it fully permitted. That gets us about 1 month of capacity before all of our cell F1 is used up. The board authorized $2.25 million in debt for construction of this cell F2, and that was matched with an equal amount from the city, and our board put forth just over $1 million from our reserve funds for this construction effort as well. The good news is we did sell our bonds. The interest rate was very favorable, and now our updated estimate for annual debt service for the bonds is $565,000. That's down from our previous report of $700,000, so that is good news. The R board did pledge tipping fee revenues towards the debt service payments. That is a new expense because the R board has always operated debt-free in the past, so we've had to include that payment in our budget. We looked at average solid waste disposal rates, and we've estimated that about 30,000 tons per year of trash that's generated in our local area, that's the county of Stafford and the city of Fredericksburg, is currently being diverted to other landfills. We've had some confirmation of that number from two of the major commercial haulers in the area. The delivery of that solid waste locally generated to our landfill would provide sufficient revenues to fund debt service and with some in addition to replenish reserves. Recognizing this, the Our Board directed staff to bring the matter to the board as the matter of flow control to the board for consideration. The city is pursuing a concurrent effort. Flow control is authorized by Virginia Code. There are a couple of different ways to do that, which I'll get to in a moment. The flow control basically means that all solid waste generated within a locality's boundaries must be delivered to a designated facility. In this case, we would hope it would be the Eskimo Hill landfill, the Rappahannock Regional Landfill. There are limitations. Recyclable materials, construction demolition debris are excluded. Single-family homes and farms may be exempt, subject to a minor stipulation. Solid waste that's headed to a waste-to-energy facility is also excluded. And certain grandfathered facilities are exempt, subject to certain of the sections within that ordinance. None of those exclusions we believe to be significant as far as our revenue generating possibilities. As I mentioned, the state provides a couple of different avenues to adopt flow control. One that stands out particularly well is that Stafford is a named locality to implement flow control. That is a fairly broad statute and an enabling legislation. We need to operate, the board has to have committed to operate a resource recovery facility. We certainly would maintain that our community recycle rate of nearly 50% qualifies us as a resource recovery facility. That definition is not in the code, but we feel strongly that we would be qualifying. Then also, any Virginia locality can implement flow control provided they make 3 findings, which I'll get to in just a moment. We had looked at our code sections and we believe our local ordinance, and we believe section 2110 would be a good place to modify, to incorporate flow control provisions, and that's what you find in the proposed ordinance in front of you this evening. The ordinance language would implement flow control, but subject and recognizing the limitations that are imposed by the state. We have set an effective start date of January 1st, 2016 to allow local companies time to adjust, and also it allows, as written, the Our Board to designate disposal location. Going back to the 3 findings that I mentioned, one is that other waste disposal options are unavailable, inadequate, unreliable, or not economically feasible. We believe that if our local landfill wasn't available, our residents that use the facility would have to travel to the nearest available facility, which is in King George. That would be certainly a burden on our residents who take waste directly to the landfill. In our operational agreement right now stipulates that the city and the county must make up any landfill operational losses. We are looking to this increase in revenues to avoid any operational losses, but should that happen and should the city and county follow the agreement as written, there would have to be an additional burden placed on the general population to make up that deficit. that flow control measures are necessary to ensure availability of adequate financing for construction of landfill facilities. That also mentions closure and post-closure requirements, and that's a key point that I'll get to in just a moment. We have calculated that the additional tipping fees that we'll realize from the 30,000 tons per year would offset the debt service and provide some amount to begin to replenish our reserves for construction of the next landfill cell F3, in about 7 or 8 years, and also looking to replenish our fund for post-closure responsibilities as well. And then we must ensure that there's adequate landfill capacity. We will meet that stipulation when our new cell F2 goes in operation. Again, construction completed this month and operation next month, and the state requires that localities hold a public hearing. This graph has been presented previously to the board. It's been updated for the last 2 fiscal years. We have dropped into the negative. Unrestricted net assets recognizes our reserves minus our liabilities that include our closure, post-closure, and depreciation values. So we're about $2 million to the negative. I will say that the last fiscal year is subject to our audit that's currently underway. We've seen the preliminary numbers, but it hasn't been finalized. We expect that to be next month. So that is a preliminary number.
Can you go back to that chart, please? So at what point, when we have $8 million in the positive, at what point do we bring this to the board and say enough is enough? We're losing money here, like millions of dollars at a time. And at what point is this brought to the localities before we're negative $2 million? I mean,
well, it has come up in the past, certainly to the R board a number of times. We provided this particular graph with 2 more years filled in when we came to the board. Well, it was last year that we came to the board, and that was the beginning of the conversation about what we're going to do to fund the next landfill cell and the concerns about depletion of our reserve fund. So, yes, Ms. Sellers, it's been going on for a while.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Romanello.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Mr. Romanello.
Just to amplify Mr. Dayton's answer, I think that, and he mentioned this earlier in his report, up until recently, the R board has been cash funded, no debt. And so as the R board, be good to have the chart back up, please, not my face. Thank you. The R board was building up reserves to pay for the next cell. And so that's why you see in 04, 05, 06, that's why you see the number go down as they were spending the money out to build the cell cash. Then it went back up, and then as we've seen, particularly in 2010, with the decline, with the change in the municipal solid waste market, that's more than just capital costs. That is actual beginning to have operating losses. But up until about 5 years ago, it was a very strategic decision that was made to build up reserves and then spend them down to avoid borrowing money. That's no longer an option for the R board.
Ms. Bumke.
I hear what you're saying, Mr. Romanello, but it's kind of like what we just went through with some of these public citizens and asking them, when did you receive the letter from the utilities department that your land might be taken? And if they received a letter in August of 2015 and now we're talking about it in November, I would say that isn't sufficient notice. And so I say the same thing. And, when were our citizens told that we were dipping into all these reserves over the years, and that we didn't have some kind of a game plan in place? Because we just approved in February, I believe, or March, that we started charging for our dump or our landfill. And then, on top of that, we went out and we sold revenue bonds for an additional cell. So I guess I kindly disagree that you know, a lot of our residents didn't know that this was happening because we didn't give them any notification that they were going to have to start paying for their landfill.
Well, I'm not sure we wanted to, but quite honestly, we're getting off subject. We've got I'd prefer to have Mr. Dayton finish, then we'll come back and talk about this proposal. As far as the reserves, we've known that for a long time. There have been public presentations on it for a long time, but that's a different subject that we can discuss. You have a question, you go ahead.
This chart, is this just our reserve fund?
No, sir.
Tell us what this chart is again. How is it that I'm just hearing that we're $2 million in the hole. When I'm on our board, I meet with you every month, and I don't remember you saying we were $2 million in the hole.
Mr. Milday, I believe after the last audit, we announced that we were $820,000 in the hole. This one extra $1.2 million, roughly, is the new audit, which has not been published. It'll be presented to our board. I brought it here first to explain the situation that we're in and the need to replenish our reserves to get us back to where we can meet our post-closure.
So just so you guys know, we have not seen this either. When you said earlier $2 million, I'm like, no, you're wrong. 600, 700,000, we knew we were right about there. Anyway, go ahead.
Well, let's move on. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just have the closing slide, which is staff recommends approval of ordinance 015-40, which authorizes the implementation of flow control measures in Stafford County effective January 1st, 2016.
Any further questions for Mr. Dayton? Yes, Ms. Bunky.
Okay, so Mr. Dayton, if you go back to that chart, so I asked this at a previous meeting, so if we've got, and we didn't know what our debt service numbers were going to be at the previous month because we hadn't sold our bonds. So if we now have debt service of $565,000 and you're indicating that we're going to have the ability to fund a new cell in the next 6 to 7 years, what's our debt service coverage ratio? What's our requirement in our revenue bonds? And then what is that excess going to be that we can capture?
Well, based upon the debt service that we now have and the projections, and that's all they are, our projections, we can expect to net about $250,000 in addition. That was a lot closer before we got the updated, we actually sold the bonds. We believe that somewhere in the $750,000 to $780,000 per year is what we can expect to collect from this measure.
Okay, but then what's our debt service coverage ratio requirement within the revenue bonds? Is it 1.1, 1.2?
Well,
where you've got to capture those funds and leave them there, they're not in excess.
The debt, Ms. Baumke, the debt is actually against the city and the county. It's not against the R board, but the R board has pledged revenues to pay the debt service so the county is not out of pocket. So this particular measure, we calculate, will provide sufficient revenue to cover what's now the county's obligation.
Okay, so there's no debt service coverage ratio. It's basically 1-to-1.
No, ma'am.
Okay.
Any other questions for Mr. Dayton?
Certainly do.
Yes, sir.
Because I am just astounded at to some of the things I just heard. Were you here when we came in as our board representatives and begged this board to consider not paying for the Bellman plant and picking up $350,000 worth of litter for the county every year? Do you recall that conversation?
I believe that was part of it.
Do you recall that it came with a dire warning that the finances of the R board were falling apart and we couldn't afford to do it anymore?
Mr. Mildy, I think we're off subject.
I just want to make sure. Are we still paying those things? Are we still paying those things as our board? Is our board still picking up all the litter for Stafford County?
We're off subject,
yes,
Mr.
sir.
Mildy.
I just want to make sure. We're talking about the budget of our board.
I know. No, we're not talking about the budget of the R board. We're talking about this item here.
Well, I thought we just talked about the budget of the R board.
We're going to talk about the budget of our board.
Okay, well, that's what
we're
I
off
thought.
Subject. We're off subject right now. We're talking about flow control.
They were warned, and you were with me warned.
Does anyone else have any other questions for Mr. Dayton concerning flow control? Thank you, Mr. Dayton. I will open the public hearing. You have 3 minutes. Please state your name and address. I do have about 5 speaker cards, which I will call first. The first is Mr. Vince Sanudo.
No.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. My name is Vince Sanuda with Republic Services, and we own a transfer station located at 1321 Bellman Road in Fredericksburg. Isn't trash fun, huh? I see this going on here, the passion. I just have a few things to say. Firstly, we are strongly opposed to any type of flow control legislation. We have been a member since 1991 in this community. We have worked with the community, including the landfill, especially when y'all closed the landfill to C&D. We could take it. By instituting flow control, you are shutting down our facility, displacing a local business, and displacing local people. We have spent millions of dollars on our equipment and infrastructure, which will become obsolete and worthless overnight, January 1st. Who's going to assist us to pay? Are we different than Mike's Diner? We're getting displaced. Moreover, flow control will inhibit us from competing fairly. And lastly, although we have enjoyed our partnership with the local community, including the R Board, Stafford County, and Fredericksburg, we believe we have a legal position to continue to operate. Thank you for the opportunity and forum in which to communicate our opposition.
Thank you, sir. My next speaker card is Mr. Max John.
Hello, and thank you all for the opportunity to speak tonight. I'm Max Johns. I've been with Republic Services for 28 years. I've been at the BFI Recyclery in Fredericksburg for 16 of those years, and we've been a good partner. We've been a good business in the area. We've been environmentally sound. We've had no NOVs from the Department of Environmental Quality. As Vince said, when there was a construction debris moratorium, we were there for the county, for the city, and the haulers, the builders that were here. We provided that capacity. We were permitted. We believe we were overlooked somewhat in this process unless our facility falls outside of the definition. The reason I say that is in the discussion with Mr. Dayton earlier in the letter that he and Mr. Hefty sent out, they identified several things. One of them is a public hearing. Obviously, we're having a public hearing. There was one last week in the city, and there will be one next week. There's a couple other things that I don't believe have been addressed. Said that the options for waste disposal facilities, including privately owned facilities, are unavailable, inadequate, unreliable, or not economically feasible. You referred to King George as being out of the range, but we're located right in the city of Fredericksburg. And if you go onto the R Board's website, there's a little button that you can press to see the solid waste management plan. That's here, all 80 pages of it or so. But I took the opportunity of Monday to send you all kind of an excerpted version of that states, on the R Board's own solid waste management plan, that the BFI Waste Services Recyclery provides a private alternative for significant solid waste management and disposal capacity within the region. The facility has the capacity to manage in excess of 1,000 tons of solid waste and recyclables per day. Non-hazardous solid waste and recyclables, source separated and commingle, is delivered to the facility by haulers. Another one of the things were whether our board was able to, whether not enacting flow control would prevent the R Board from being able to get adequate financing. And I would state that, as was stated earlier by Mr. Dayton, you were able to get financing, and you were able to get it at a very reasonable rate, the $565,000. And then finally, the locality should not prevent delivery of waste to a facility in operation before. The original letter said July 1 of 91, and in the statement today it was 92. But here in February 12th of 1991, the State Corporation Commission gave an article of incorporation to W.C. Spratt. We subsequently bought W.C. Spratt in 1994 and have continued to operate the facility, the BFI Recyclery facility, as stated in your own report, a viable alternative within the region. So you don't have to go to King George. You can come, in fact, less than a half a mile from the R Board's Bellman Road Convenience Center. There's another thing that...
Sir, you need to wrap up your comments.
Okay. Well, thank you for your time.
Thank you. I appreciate your comments. My next speaker card is Lisa Lisa Cardell. I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly. Please state your name and address for the record, please.
Good evening. I'm Lisa Cardell. I'm from Alexandria, Virginia. I'm a Director of Government and Public Affairs for Waste Management of Virginia. Waste Management is the leading provider of comprehensive waste management services in North America. In Virginia, we operate 7 collection districts, 6 landfills, 5 transfer stations, and 2 recycling facilities. Our hauling company is located here in Stafford County, and our closest landfill is the King George landfill. I'm here to voice opposition to your ordinance for flow control here in Stafford County. The history of commerce in America is demonstrated by competition is the best way to guarantee that citizens and businesses are getting the best products and services available in the marketplace at a competitive possible price. Flow control would create a waste monopoly and runs directly contrary to the truism because it ultimately eliminates the incentives to keep waste disposal prices down and to provide the most efficient service to your customers and your constituents. In this particular case, there are a number of solid waste facilities. As Max just mentioned, there's the BFI facility as well as the King George landfill that are disposal options for the communities for Stafford and Fredericksburg. For some residents and businesses, the sole disposal destination available under flow control would be the R-Board landfill, which may be further away for some of the haulers that operate in this area. Although flow control often is promoted as a way to guarantee the availability of an adequate waste flow to cover the operating expenses at the landfill, in reality, that is not always the case. According to DEQ, the Virginia DEQ, municipal solid waste volumes in Virginia are down approximately 30% over the last 10 years. More and more waste is being diverted, it's being recycled, and used for other uses. Thus, even with flow control, there's no guarantee that you'll receive the revenue to operate your landfill efficiently. When that happens, tipping fees will be raised for the residents and businesses in Stafford County, and they'll be forced to pay more and not have the competition that they currently have under non-flow control environment. The new proposed rate is $26 for customers if they dispose of over 1,500 tons per month. There's only one customer that would impact here in this area. The rest of us would have to pay $32 per ton. If there was a long-term contract at the $26, it would be a level playing field for everyone, including the smaller haulers. We're a larger hauler, but including the smaller haulers that may not be able to operate at that $32 a ton versus the $26. In addition, routes are not designed to recognize county and city boundaries. Under flow control, it would be for Stafford County and the city of Fredericksburg. Therefore, it may cause the routes to have to be additional trucks to be added, and it would not be the efficient cost for your customers. Therefore, we strongly encourage you to vote no for flow control. If you have any questions, please. We could send a letter into you guys, so if you have any questions, please feel free to reach out to us.
Thank you, ma'am. I have one last speaker card, Mr. Bob Kania. Am I pronouncing that right, sir?
Nope.
I'm sorry. Please correct me.
Okay. The only person ever pronounced it right, I married her.
I guess that's the reason? Is that the reason you're married?
Not really, but good evening. My name is Bob Kania, and I'm a resident of Virginia Beach, Virginia. I'm also the manager of the Virginia Waste Industry Association. And on behalf of our local membership, I'm urging you to oppose the flow control ordinance. We sent a letter to the board last week to each one of the members, and I'm hopeful that everybody received it and they read it. We outlined some concerns that we had with flow control and the potential adverse effects that it will have on local haulers and the end users. I'm not going to read verbatim what we wrote, but I would like to summarize a few key points that support our opposition to flow control. Our industry was not engaged in this process, and since we are knowledgeable about the waste industry, I would ask you, wouldn't it have been a smart move and to include us in that? I think we're a valuable resource to the board. And our members, large and small, rely on a free and competitive marketplace to operate their businesses in the most efficient and cost-effective manner possible. By directing disposal to a regional landfill, haulers will be forced to add assets, increase truck traffic, reduce efficiency to meet the provisions of the ordinance. Those negative impacts will result in increased costs that will most assuredly have to be passed on along to the end users, again, our customers, and the residents and businesses as well. Utilizing flow control as an economic lever provides no guarantee that necessary volumes will be present. to meet the landfill operational assumptions. Additionally, it creates a monopolistic opportunity for the R Board to raise tipping fees at the regional landfill as it sees fit to cover any inefficient operations or incorrect projections. I just heard during the discussion that was made by the board that they're planning on building a new cell someplace down the road after this cell. And again, if there's not enough money available for that, where does that money come from? If you've got all 30,000 tons that you think you're missing now. We've seen this happen before in Hampton Roads, Virginia, with the Southeastern Public Service Authority, where tipping fees for the municipalities reached $170 a ton, not 26, $170 a ton. And that was due to SEPSA having to pay down a $250 million debt, and they were also accruing money for landfill post-closure costs. So there's a big risk in assuming that all the assumptions that were laid in front of you are correct. A large increase in tipping fees will negatively impact the prices that we charge to collect customers' trash. And I think I'm getting close to running out of time, so I'll try to summarize here. Flow control ultimately results in increased tipping fees, elimination of competition, which creates a monopoly, and potential increased waste removal costs that are residents and businesses of Stafford County and Fredericksburg. Thus, we again urge you to oppose flow control ordinance and look to evaluate other options that exist in the region. We're more than willing to help as an industry. If anybody would like to sit down with us and ask for our opinions, we'd be sure glad to share some ideas that we could probably help this situation for you, and we would welcome that. So I thank you for the opportunity to speak. Thank you.
That's all the speaker cards I have. Is anyone else on my right-hand side like to address the board on this issue? Anyone on the left? Yes, ma'am.
Good evening. I'm Brenda Gibbs, 1021 Manning Drive, Falmouth, Virginia. I've come here tonight. I'm going to say that I also am against flow control for all the reasons that have already been talked about here this evening. But as a resident, I'd just like to ask you all one question. If we couldn't make it to put us in the black at $41 a ton, what in the world makes us think that we can be solvent at $21 a ton? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gibbs. Anyone else on my left like to address the board? Yes, sir.
Good evening. My name is David Dilley. I'm from Paris Lane over in Stafford, and I'm in the Griffiths Whitewater District. And I just want to say I'm for free markets and I'm against the flow control. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else on my left? Pull that microphone up, would you please? Cause
I could shrink a little bit.
Well, that wouldn't work. But you can raise the podium. You got a button on the right over there.
I could always.
I think you're the first person that's used it.
Oh, look at that.
Yes, it works.
At least
I think you're good. I think you're good right there.
There we go. Excellent.
Go ahead.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Tyler Underwood, Lawrence Drive in the George Washington District. I'd like to just start out by saying I have no financial interest at all in any waste management company. I've never received any donations from them or anything of the sort. So I come before you purely from a engineering kind of standpoint, and reviewing all these documents, I have to ask, have our elected officials been asleep at the wheel? I mean, that's how it appears that we're yet again in a situation where the landfill, which I'd like to point out, there is a significant difference between a dump and a landfill. I know those terms are kind of thrown around a little bit. It always makes an engineer cringe because they're not the same thing, particularly a sanitary landfill. So looking at this, as a small business owner, I go 1 month with a negative results of operation, and I reevaluate my entire paradigm. I relook at the way I run my business and ensure that it will continue to run with a positive result. Doesn't seem like that has been done here, although I also don't have the power of the government to force my clients to use a service that's less efficient than someone else. So that's basically what we're looking at here, is the opportunity for the government to decide to force local businesses to use an inefficient service. But that's not really what I want to talk about. What I want to talk about is what doesn't seem to be clear here is whether or not even doing this will result in a positive outcome. What we're looking at is a 30,000 ton increase in the waste taken to the dump, to the landfill. That's about a 20% increase in the total tonnage per year. What's not clear here is how will that affect then the payoff time for the replacement cell. Essentially, by the time this cell, F2, is filled, will we have paid off the debt on the cell? Will we have replenished the reserves, the restricted reserves, and will there be money to even build another cell? Or will we be in the same situation that we'll be needing to borrow additional money to open the next cell? Now, restricted funds are extremely important to deal with landfills. They're not very, I mean, no one likes landfills. There's a lot of talk that in 100 years we'll never open another landfill. We'll see if that comes true or not. But it's important when you deal with such issues as dichloroethane contamination of the groundwater, which is something that we're dealing here right here in Stafford. Thankfully, dichloroethane isn't necessarily that water soluble, and like benzene or other things, so it doesn't transport through the groundwater as effectively or efficiently as some of these other contaminants. So what I really would like to see is better financial projections to ensure that with this change, because we're going to be filling the landfill at a 20% additional rate than currently. So I've seen some projections of 7 to 8 years that this cell will last. Well, if we increase the tonnage by 20%, that means it will be 5.6 years when we'll be needing to open another cell. So just from the information available, it doesn't seem to be clear that this will actually result in a positive outcome for the landfill, and that there will be money not only to pay off the debt that has been incurred, but to fill the reserves and to fund the next cell. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else on my left like to address the board on this issue? Anyone else in the chamber? That's it. I'll bring it back to the board. Close the public hearing. Do I have a motion to consider amending county's solid waste ordinance?
Yes. I'll move.
I have a motion for 015-40. Is that for approval, Mr. Milden?
It is for approval. I
approval.
figured we could have a discussion about it.
Mr. Milden, do I have a second?
I have a question.
I have. Okay, I have a
Staff.
second, but you asked your question, Mr. Cavalier.
Mr. Dayton.
I was going to ask him, did he respond to all of the things that he heard? If that was.
What other jurisdictions around us impose the flow control measure?
Mr. Cavalier, we're aware that Prince William County, Fairfax County, Arlington, and the city of Alexandria all have flow control ordinances.
Thank you.
Do you mind if you just kind of hit some of the stuff you heard about the economic? The last speaker just made a statement completely contrary to what you said, but I figured I might as well let you restate what you said.
Well, I think it's the 30,000 tons per year of extra solid waste is really the basis for the financial projections. We've done our own calculations, and we've also had independent confirmation of that from two of the major haulers, and there's really basically two major haulers that have been servicing Stafford. Based on that, we have projected that we will have a modest surplus over the debt service each year for basically the life of cell F2. On that projection, though, we aren't going to be able to replenish the $2 million in unrestricted net assets that we have. It's very possible that we'll be back here in 6 or 7 years, and we'll be speaking to the board in the city of Fredericksburg about the possibility of providing funding for the next cell. We will also, as our board, look at options to change our complete solid waste paradigm. I mean, this is a conversation that we've had at the our board level. Certainly, going back a few years, it wasn't a successful effort, but we looked at a waste to energy possibility. That's a different paradigm than what we have, and it would have had a different revenue outcome had it been successful, which was a big question mark, but it never came to pass. But we're also looking at transfer stations. We're looking at private operation of our landfill. I do want to mention that we project right now, we have about 52 years of permitted landfill capacity at Eskimo Hill. I think that makes us probably the envy of the state. It is a resource. It's centrally located in Stafford County. We do have an option to get out of the business. We looked at it at the R board level and decided that with this asset, with this resource, located where it's at least for now, for cell F2, this made the most sense going forward, and that would also allow us several years to do some of the study and the analysis that some of the speakers have talked about. But given the time constraints that we were under, we have about a month and a half before we're out of capacity. We felt that this was certainly the best course, the safest course, and that this measure in front of you this evening will provide us with sufficient revenues to make it financially viable out in for that next seven-year period while we explore options.
Mr. Cavalier.
Mr. Dayton, and I'm going to have to tend to agree with, I believe it was Ms. Gibbs who came and spoke on this issue. We're reducing the tonnage rate for the big haulers to a lower level, basically. But yet you say we're still not going to generate enough excess revenue to fund the next cell that we know we're going to need in about 7 years. I still can't for the life of me understand why we wouldn't leave the rate the same or possibly even increase it so that we could set aside those excess funds to pay for the next cell versus going into debt capacity or debt again on this.
Well, Mr. Cavalier, that is certainly an option. The R board took action in October to lower the over 1,500 tons per month rate from $32 down to $26. So it's a fairly confined portion of the market, and that number was arrived at in consultation with some of the haulers that have removed their solid waste from the landfill and gone in other directions only within the last year and a half or so. So if you go back about a year and a half, they were coming to us and coming to us in much larger quantities. They've pulled that out because they found a much cheaper alternative, either at one of their own facilities or one down around Richmond that we, quite frankly, can't compete with. So this was, in conversation with them, this was an offsetting rate structure so that they wouldn't be basically penalized twice.
But if we implemented flow control, they would be forced to bring it to our landfills. And therefore, we would collect the excess revenue and have the money to pay for out of that bank of money, the next cell that we are going to need. And by the way, I'm not a big proponent of, to me, this idea of digging giant holes in the ground and filling them with refuse is not going to be sustainable. So I don't. We're going to have to look at another option anyhow, but another option.
Mr. Mildy.
A follow-up on that, because I am not clear. Are you saying you'll be back here asking the county and the city to lend money and you'll pay it down again like we're doing now, or that you'll be needing you're saying you won't have enough money in reserve to build the next cell without a borrow?
Mr. Mildy, that's the projection.
Okay, so we'll be in the same situation that any business could easily be in, where they had to borrow money to fund their operations, but your debt service, of course, won't exceed the life of the borrow. At least it's not supposed to.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
We're not going to be digging ourselves further in a hole. Is that what the question you were asking?
So we're just digging the same hole over and over again is all I'm saying.
Well, that's normal because we're taking care of trash in the
Mr.
county.
Romanell, real quick.
Is my question answered?
And I'll get back to Mr. Sterling. Mr. Romanell.
I think the current thinking, and there's a lot of things that can change, but the current thinking is that our board revenues would cover our board operating expenses with flow control should be enough, just enough, a little bit more than enough to cover debt service. So what Mr. Dayton is saying is it's entirely possible, if our projections are spot on over the next 5, 6, 7 years, that we could be back in front of City Council and the Board of Supervisors asking the governing bodies to support financing.
Financing,
not
that's
funding,
not, wasn't clear.
Not funding, but financing the sale, just as the board did earlier this year and just as City Council
So then let me just,
did. So just last thing. So you'd be financing capital costs
right,
and using your operating revenues to cover operating costs.
and the debt service. And so you're saying that this proposal, at least as it is now, makes this viable without having to ask for any kind of a general fund subsidy in the future, and without having to ask the county what Gary and I suggested before, which is getting rid of the cost of litter pickup, which is a $300,000 a year bill, plus a little bit more, and the cost to operate the Bellman plant, which is another 100 and something, maybe $200,000 that we gave to Fredericksburg at the same time we decided to have the county stop paying for its own litter pickup. So there are options here. This thing is sucking down almost $500,000 a year just doing stuff that's not a primary function of a landfill. But I guess, some of that gets offset because Fredericksburg put more in on the Bellman thing, but at least $300,000 of litter pickup, I don't think anyone would argue is not necessarily a countywide litter pickup, a core function of the landfill. So there's some places to go for money, but you're proposing that if you had this flow control at these projected rates, we could continue to keep the streets clean in Stafford County and Fredericksburg with litter pickup and not have to dig into general fund.
That's correct. We would maintain the same level of service we do today.
I mean, it's a desperate situation, and we've been talking about it for years here. We've come here so many times, it's crazy. We've had some famous meetings over it, about telling you guys that this was coming. This should not be a shock to anyone.
Mr. Sterling.
Hi. I've heard a lot of discussion about why didn't we know, where is it, what the charts are, and boy, we should have had this, we should have dealt with it. Well, we're here today. There's 7 of us sitting up here on this podium. We know there's a problem. We know it's going to have to be dealt with in some way or another. Now, we can do this, and according to the figures, the financing will get covered, the cell will be in there, the costs will be covered. This will operate. It will be an available service for the residents of Stafford. We cannot do this, in which case the funding isn't covered. We're going to have to come up with another solution. I won't be here, but what that means for those who will is you're going to either have to raise taxes or you're going to have to cut education, because that's the other big area it comes from. We saw what the revenue projections are going forward, and guess what? Those are barely going to be enough, if they're even enough, to cover the costs that we will have, an increased cost for education and public safety. So the money's going to have to come from somewhere. There's no unicorns, there's no rainbows out there that's going to lead to a pot of gold. It's going to have to be dealt with. There are some really bad decisions, bad things that we got to make a decision to do one thing or another, and none of them is great. And I've got a real feeling here, some people are going to take a choice to not make a bad decision. But if enough people here decide they don't want to make a difficult decision today, then that means you're going to have to take a really, really bad one 2-3 months from now when you've got a problem. You're going to have a revenue problem here. You're either going to have to increase the subsidy, or you're going to have to you're going to just end the service. The service may be ending trash pickup, and then you're going to have all your neighbors complaining about the trash. You're going to be calling Anthony and Keith saying, hey, get somebody out there because somebody just dumped a bag of trash off on the side of the road in Garrisonville Road, down on Route 17-3, whatever the case may be. So we've got to make a decision. Not exactly the thing I want to do. The last, second to last meeting I'm going out. I don't really like this approach, but I like this approach better than I like education or raising taxes. So I will support this. It's the reason I seconded this motion, because I think we all know we need to do something, and that we've got very limited options, and none of those options are that unicorn that we've all magically been looking for.
Ms. Sellers.
I'm gonna go off of Mr. Sterling's comments and say that I happen to agree with, we do have to make a choice here, and I don't see this as I see this as we either have to ask our constituents to pay for it, or we're going to the business community. And unfortunately, those of us in the Garrisonville and probably a lot of the Falmouth district, where most of our constituents are going to be impacted by a fee increase by the haulers. I think are not going to be happy. But we do have to do something. And I do feel that it is the desire of the community to continue the landfill, to not close it down. And as much as I hate to say it, I'm probably going to support this.
Any other comments, Ms. Baumke?
Yes, I just have one more question. Mr. Dayton, so, and you may have said this and I may have missed it. I understand the 565. I understand we're going to have a little bit of excess revenues to cover the debt service. Did you mention something about the closure cost for the current cell that we're in the process or that we have already closed? And also, as Mr. Snellings, we were talking about today, the old landfill down behind, what's it called? The Chaplain home. How much does that cost to continue monitoring that as well as our current landfills?
Well, let me answer your last question first, if I may, Ms. Baumke. That's actually the old city landfill, and they have responsibility for monitoring and all the closure costs that go with that. So that is not either an our board responsibility or a Stafford responsibility.
Okay, thank you.
Your other question?
My other one was the closure cost for our previous closures that we still have to continue to monitor, and then our current cell that we're closing right now, or maybe you're closing it in a week, or...
Yes, ma'am. I don't have the total number right at my fingertips. The 2 million deficit that we're showing actually includes a post-closure responsibility for cell F2. They've begun tagging us for that because it's about to go into operation. That's one of the reasons why it sank so low just this 1 year. So all of it is included. It's on the order of 5-6 million. I hate to guess. I can certainly send you that number because it's on my computer. So I'll be happy to distribute it, but it's on that order.
Okay, yeah, at a later point, I would like to see a little bit more cash flow analysis on this, my personal, but I don't need it at this point in time.
Any other comments, Ms. Sellers?
I have a question while you're standing there. For the man back here with Republic, I think was the name of it, that's located there on Bellman Road, the group, the two guys.
Yes.
What are we doing for them? Because they are part of the community, they are part of the region. And that is a concern. We can't just close down a business like that.
Well, we're not closing down their business. I mean, if they're included in this, they may have to alter their business model. Certainly, I mean, I'm not really sure what they take in. We have talked to two of the other haulers and about the impacts of this, but we haven't spoken to Republic specifically.
Well, knowing that they're part of the community, and this is just me again, and I have said that I'm likely going to support this. I do think they need to be at the table, and it shouldn't be now that they become part of the discussion. They needed to become part of the discussion a long time ago. They're not just a hauler. They're part of the community. They're part of the region right here, and they should have been part of the discussion to begin with. The other thing is, with what Mr. Cavalier was saying is, we do need to start thinking about ways to get this back to a cash flow operation. And if we're going to do this, then we need to go ahead and take the stance. And I think our board needs to take the stance of we need to get their financial house in order. And if we're going to take this step and we're going to put this burden on them, then somebody else is going to have to make the decision to not reduce, to not just keep it at the same as they're currently operating. That decision has to be made, and you're going to have to take a hard stance. And I am looking at you, Mr. Milday, and it's got to be done because this is not acceptable in the last 10 years, 13 years, a $10 million difference. That's not acceptable.
Okay, any other comments? Thank you, Mr. Dayton. I guess I'll wrap it up. There is a third alternative. That's get out of the business. We can get out of the business, or we can build exactly what they've got in Alexandria. I went up and looked at it. It is unbelievable. Sits right downtown. No smell, everything. It's called an incinerator. I can't understand, I agree with Mr. Cavalier, why we think it's better to to put garbage in the ground than it is to incinerate it. Makes no sense. I'm on the R board. I'm going back to the R board, and we're going to start working on another alternative because I don't think this is sustainable. Mr. Mill is exactly right. He and I on our board, the first time we've seen the $2 million deficit. Didn't know we had it, but we know it now, and that tells me it's not sustainable. We're either going to get out of the business or we're going to find an alternative to doing it. You guys in the back want to buy a landfill? This is an opportunity. Okay? No joke. I'm not making jokes. If you want to buy a landfill, come to the table and talk to us. With that said, we have a motion on the floor. Cast your votes. Tally the votes. Motion passes 7-0. Item number 27. County Administration, consider granting an easement to Dominion Virginia Power for an electric service extension at the Rappahannock Regional Landfill. Mr. Dayton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. As mentioned previously, our Cell F2 construction is nearly complete. We are planning to be in operation next month. One facet of this project includes the relocation of what we call a leachate pumping station. That's the liquid that comes out of the bottom of a landfill, and it gets pumped to a wastewater treatment facility for proper disposal. We need to relocate the electric service to go to that new location. We've been speaking to Dominion Virginia Power, the only electric service provider in this area. They've advised that they need a 20-foot wide easement, 4,000-foot long, across two parcels at the landfill, 3926A, 3926D, to extend that electric service to the new pumping station site. The landfill property is owned jointly by the county and the city, so both localities must take action to authorize an easement. The city is working forward on a parallel effort. Public hearing is required to convey an easement on public property. Staff does recommend approval of Resolution R-15-388, which authorizes the county administrator to execute an easement with Dominion Virginia Power for this electric service extension. Happy to answer
any questions, Mr. Dayton? Seeing none, thank you, Mr. Dayton. We will open the public hearing. Anyone in the public would like to speak for or against? Please remember you do have 3 minutes. State your name and address. Anyone on my right? Seeing none. Anyone on my left? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board. I'll close the public hearing. Do I have a motion? Motion by Mr. Mildy. Do I have a second?
Second.
Have a second. Any discussion? Cast your votes. Tally the votes. Motion carries. Did you?
I don't mean that one.
Motion carries 7-0.
It does carry 7-0, yes.
We've got a couple more items for closed session. Item number 30 on the add-ons, County Administration, consider appointment of Mr. David Dill to represent the Griffiths-Whitewater District and the Telecommunications Commission. We do not have a bio on him, so I believe we have to suspend the bylaws. Yes, Mr. Ammerman.
Yes, sir, that would be appropriate. The appointments are subject to bylaws. So.
Right, I have a, cast your votes. Tally the votes. Motion passes 7-0. Mr. Cavalier.
Like to move for item number 30.
Second. Have a motion second. Any discussion? Cast your votes. Tally the votes. Motion passes 7-0. Item number 31, County Administration, Personnel Matter. Mr. Romanello.
Mr. Chairman and members of the board, this is truly a unique situation which has been brought to my attention by Sheriff Jett. And a gentleman we had a sheriff's deputy, I won't name his name, but we had a sheriff's deputy in the 1980s. He was shot in the line of duty, and in 1987 he retired on disability retirement. At the time, there was no line of duty act that was enacted by the state in 2000, and the county did not offer retiree health insurance. From that time until today, or very recently, the gentleman was covered by his wife's, now ex-wife's, health insurance policy. He has his time under COBRA has expired, and he's now without health insurance. We have no precedent for this situation. We also have no guidance in the board's adopted personnel rules, except that they require 15 years of service. For anyone who retires with us with 15 years of service, he or she is eligible for retirement. This gentleman had just shy of 8 years of service with the county. The Line of Duty Act was passed in 2000. He certainly would have been eligible had this happened. After that, when the state enacted it, they made it retroactive, but only for state employees. It does not apply to local employees. So this is truly a unique and situation, and there's an exception, definitely an exception. If you look at in the package that's in your add-on folder and the third sheet from Mrs. Wagner to me, there's an email that shows some options for the board to consider. One would be to do nothing, which is what we're doing now. Another would be to allow access to the county's health insurance with no subsidy, and then a couple others where we could treat him as we do all of our other retirees, or we could treat him as if he were covered by Line of Duty Act. He was entered in the line of duty as a Stafford County deputy. My recommendation would be that the board direct me to treat him as if he were eligible under Line of Duty Act. And with that, if I can, Mr. Chairman, I just ask the sheriff if there's anything that he would like to add, please.
Sheriff, thanks for being so patient.
No, Mr. Chairman, thank you,
a
and
long
the board,
time.
and Anthony, thank you for allowing me to bring this before you, and Anthony, thank you for that detailed assessment or explanation of what we're here for. This is probably the most violent shootout in Stafford County's history. Occurred in 1986. It left this deputy disabled. He still carries a bullet with him today, which he was shot. And again, as Anthony has pointed out, we're very fortunate that the General Assembly saw fit in 2000 to now cover public safety that are disabled in the line of duty, cover them and their families with medical health insurance. And as he also pointed out, in 2006, the General Assembly saw fit to cover state employees. So if a trooper was shot the same time as this deputy was shot, this is a retroactive bill that took it back to 1966, and they would have made that trooper whole. So I think that this particular deputy, as he goes unnamed, he's remained a community member here, raised his family, and has been very active in youth sports. Back in the day, there was no such thing as ribbons and awards and ceremonies, so he walked away very quietly with his meager $12,000 disability pay from the state and a bullet to remind him of this awful event. So your consideration tonight would be just greatly appreciated for him, and I'll be more than happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Sheriff. Any questions for the sheriff?
No, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Sterling.
Move that we direct the county administrator to do it as if he was wounded or covered by the Line of Duty Act.
I have a motion and a second. Mr. Thomas.
I just wanted to correct one thing. The General Assembly was very generous with the Line of Duty Act. However, they did not fund it.
Yeah.
It was an unfunded local mandate. So just so everyone knows, your tax dollars are going to make this situation right, not the General Assembly. But I do think it's the right thing to do. Partially. Go ahead.
Just need to, if I may clarify, I'm sorry, Mr. Thomas. Mr. Sterling, wonder if you'd make the motion effective November 1st, please, sir.
Okay, effective November 1st.
Does the second agree with that? Any other comments? Seeing none, cast your votes. Tally the votes. Motion passes 7-0. Thank you, Sheriff. With that said, we need to go into closed session. I think that ends our agenda unless someone has something that I'm not seeing. Mr. Thomas.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to offer a resolution to authorize a closed meeting, whereas the board desires to hold a closed meeting for consultation with our legal counsel and briefings by staff members regarding decision-making procedures contained in the county's contract with the Stafford Baseball League. Pursuant to Virginia Code 2.2-3711A7, this discussion may occur in a closed meeting.
Have a second. Cast your votes. Tally the votes. Motion passes 7-0. We're in closed session. Do I have a motion to certify? I have a second. I have a second. Cast your votes. Tally the votes. Motion carries 7-0. Our meeting is adjourned.